Lenny?
Yes.
Are we unmuted?
Yes.
All right, we're unmuted. We'll get back to business. We're on Chief Melcher in the hot seat.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So this year, as far as personnel, we did ask for a few positions as well as an increase in salaries to support our longevity, plan that we have, drawn out, the former fire chief. It was his plan, we were able to. I was gonna say, I'm here to support that, right? Yeah, so we established that, honestly, it would be about a 10.5% increase. I have heard that there's a possible 6%, that would definitely help in that direction as we try to not only recruit, but retain, firefighters now. It is a very competitive industry with the fire personnel. We are still the lowest in the area as far as pay. And compared to the other class 1 fire departments, we are significantly lower than where they are. But moving along from pay, you will notice that in 2022, if you look at our overtime, please don't be shocked by that number. That's $892,000. So in 2022, we were down 17 personnel. It was a revolving door at the fire department, and so we were having to pay, in order to keep our minimum staffing up, we had to pay overtime for a lot of those positions. This year, we started off okay. We started off the beginning of the year with only 4 vacancies, and now we're up to 11 vacancies now. So this year, as Ms. Rhonda can really let you know how much overtime we're spending, that number will be more than what was budgeted for 2024 this year. Only because 2 reasons: we are down some slots, but the additional personnel that we had to cover for Station 6, now that Station 6 is opened, we don't have those extra firefighters on the floor. So that was 12 additional firefighters that we had that have to go to fill a station. So that's why that number has increased. So once we get positions filled, and which is really important for us to our salaries to stay competitive with others. And I think we're on the right track to do so. Honestly, the only other line item that's going to be a little larger, with the recommendation of Daniel, he has added, every year we always ask for 4 additional air packs to keep up to date with our air packs. Air packs go out of service every 15 years, so we have to stay on top of that. The good thing about the air packs now is that there's basically a bumper to bumper warranty. So anything that goes wrong with the air pack for 15 years, we get it fixed and repaired or replaced. So that's a good thing. But that's why that number is increased. It's normally, that line item was 225,000 and it's now 275, and that's to cover the price of the 4 air packs. And honestly, that's really about it. And I know we'll get into the capital stuff later, but.
How many personnel were added? Did y'all add any personnel? Trying to break them?
We requested, 3 additional firefighters for future company.
Right.
And then 1 for the assistant training officer out there at the training site.
This one was anything?
I
Okay, fair. So it looks like the dollar went up more than 6%, so.
That's good in this budget.
Sir,
Those 4 jobs are included in this budget.
and this one, yes, sir, that coming, yes, sir.
They're requested.
Oh, I don't think we funded that.
So we didn't include any report.
I don't think so.
Fair.
Well, you went from 2023, 5.3 million, 2025 request 6.6. That would seem like some additional.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is,
That's more than 10%.
yeah.
I know it's not on the personnel list. No, 20.
But the recommended is more than 6%. Only salaries, no. So.
Yeah, the requested that we had on the 2025 requested was our longevity pay.
Okay,
So that's what that was.
Okay.
Uh,
yeah, the six, it gets you to 6.6. What you requested.
Right, yes, sir.
Yeah.
And that included your positions.
Is that including positions and
No, so that, I don't believe so.
That's a 25, 27%. I think so. I would think.
You mentioned new jobs out there in this budget. But the guy, where one, find out with all the benefits, what it cost you.
I would have to, I can do the calculations pretty quick. So one firefighter right now at the current salary. With benefits and everything, it's 53,000. 53,000 with the starting pay is 41,365.
You're gonna get the benefits with it.
Yes, sir. And with benefits, it'd be the 53,768.
And I guess somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your schedules are a lot more predictable than it is the police force. I mean, even though you may have a big fire, there's other areas. So if you add extra personnel, you could really cut down on it. So
Yeah, if we had extra personnel, we could definitely cut down on the overtime costs for sure.
What's your plan on filling these 11 vacancies?
We have, actually, we're going through the hiring process now, so we have 10 slated to hire. And then they will start, our in-house recruit school, which is 6 weeks long. So we have, I think 9 so far have accepted positions. And, that will start in, unfortunately, in July. So yeah, that'll greatly, help us out, because these are already certified firefighters. So when they make the transition, they'll be able to be productive pretty quick. And you're looking at 6 weeks. So and honestly, we usually lose 1 or 2 during that time period, which is I mean, we're used to dealing with that adverse, atmosphere. So but yeah, it's honestly and Councilman Waring can say the same. We're so used to the doors going in and out. We've gotten to this. We can expect how the year is going to go with recruit school. This is the first time in the last 5 years that we haven't had to have a full recruit school, which was good. And hopefully we don't have to do that again for the rest of the year. That would be nice, because that's 17 weeks. And that's why the other position is so important, because our sole training officer is in charge of, for 17 weeks, he's with recruits and not being able to focus his time and energy to the incumbents. So that's,
So 11 vacancies is not unusual.
we've had up to 17. Yes, sir.
One, two.
And that's overtime also, but then to speak to the vacancies help offset the overtime costs, because you're not paying a salary that's there, so that's why the overtime is worse, but salary wage so that covers it.
And I must say, our Chief Biala is on top of this stuff. He keeps me updated as much as possible, and that's why I don't sweat it as much. He tells me, he goes, "Hey, we're kind of breaking even with salaries with the overtime." So, but yeah, he's on top of it. I give him the high praises because he keeps me in line for sure. So,
Chief Melcher, I did not have any increase in people in your.
okay,
I think I did.
okay.
And I'm constantly sending Chief Melcher a little printout every now and then about overtime, like.
Excuse me. It's good to have you. Patience every once in a while. Yeah. It's be hard one to explain, but no, it's necessary. We hold a very high standard. We do our best to keep trucks on the road. And that's the goal with the overtime, is we don't want to cut services anywhere in the town of Somerville. Right now with Station 6, and in Dorchester County, they're able to receive Class 1 service in the Greenhurst subdivision because of what we were able to provide. So we're not, we owe the citizens to keep our trucks on the road and not to not cut any services. So, unapologetically, I know that the overtime is going up, but it has nothing to do with our guys making money. It has to do with serving the public.
Yeah, I just divided the 600,000, that came up with 11 positions, that 600,000 could fund. So they maybe, we do look at increasing it. And maybe we look at bonuses for both the police and fire, if somebody's fully qualified to come in and go, so that we can take advantage of somebody else's training. Just make it so you don't get it till maybe half you at the end of the first year and half at the second year or something like that.
Or after they're off their probationary period or whatever with us.
As Chief Elder spoke to the longevity, that's one of the things that I would really push them for, is to go that route, because it's, you know, we have really no incentive for someone to stay with us in this town, I mean, over time, and it's, you know, it's kind of tough, when you got a person that's been there 15 years, you want to keep them, but what do you tell them? Hey man, better days coming, and you can say that forever, as long as you want to, but eventually they realize, yeah, my better days coming, it's coming in no job.
I had a young guy that was in Charleston, I said, you live right here.
Yeah,
He goes, yeah, but I can't live there if I'm working in Somerville.
Yeah.
Charleston pays a lot more.
yeah, some of our budget is still, we're still, and definitely public safety, I speak to both departments, they were still at the bottom, but we expect the best.
Some of them and the police department, the training programs.
I definitely will weigh in under recruitment and retention tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let everybody get through their budget, but I concur with everybody.
It is a challenge. And we've done a lot of things on our end to retain everyone, as far as putting everyone through leadership training, our officers of leadership training. At the end of the day, we try to keep everyone's mind on the mission. And I know that there are some downtime in the fire department, and that's where, you know, and that's when the guys are like, man, I sure could make a lot more money somewhere else. But, you know, we've challenged the company officers to make sure that those guys are keeping their eyes on the mission every day and not just the paycheck. I've done this for 23 years at the same department. My starting salary was $20,016. And I stuck it out with this town because they gave a 21-year-old kid, I say a kid, I added like a kid, but they gave a 21-year-old guy a shot. And I felt that you know, once they did that, I was loyal to the department ever since, and to the town. So I try to share my stories with them, just to say, look, you know, I sacrificed a lot to keep this job over the years. I could have gone away and made a lot more money. But it's not about necessarily the money for me, it's about what we do every day, so.
Well, I salute you, brother. And that's what we look for, guys. We want to stay with you. Get the benefits.
What I have heard from several police officers, fire department people talking to them is that even though the pay is a little bit lower, the reason they stay with our force is because of what's happening in our departments. And they feel that the leadership is good here. And if they were to go elsewhere, they've heard some stories, and so they choose to stay here because they feel more comfortable with our units, and camaraderie and training and leadership. So that's something very good that is to hear.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate it. And honestly, if you look at our line item for training for a department our size, we spend a lot of money in training, and Daniel will probably tell you that we tend to go over that. In the past, we've gone over that line item, but we spend every single cent on training and bettering our people. And that's where the investment is the men and women of the department. And we can't train them enough. You know, it's just one of those things where we're constantly telling them and showing them each and every day how important it is to get that training and telling them also that, you know, you may go to another department that doesn't support your training whatsoever. Our guys don't have to pay out of pocket for training where other larger departments do. They have to pay for their, you know, we give them per diem, everything comes out of that line item. And so those are the things when we hear someone they're thinking about leaving, these are the conversations that we do have. And I think it is important because we are very transparent, with everything that we do, so. And I appreciate you guys' support for sure.
Thank you, chief. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nice job on your first time, Chief.
Oh, yeah. I'll let you put that out there. Well, thanks.
Yeah. I do know one more.
Sure.
Town traditionally has a tremendous amount of field that holds, particularly up with Charlie Road, Coldwell Table, which is corridor where this house is in town, this house is not in town. Is there occasion to when we have to respond to those out of town addresses?
GIS for dispatch is very accurate. Obviously, if somebody calls from a cell phone, which most everybody does now, because they don't have landlines anymore. Then I think GW might have a landline, but they call from cell phones. I think I'm telling you. Besides, he's sitting there. But yeah, so we mitigate those through our dispatch center and Dorchester County Solid Dispatch Center, very accurate. But what we end up seeing, and I know they're on automatic age, they're in a lot different situation, but I can tell you, we work hand in hand with both Berkeley, Charleston, and Dorchester every day with the sheriff's offices. It's almost like we become one agency at night, when you know, we'll be handling calls for them, they'll be handling calls for us if we're busy. But it does happen. And much like we've talked about in the past, the people who live in those donut holes, they're the ones that reap the benefits from our services because they're safe when they go shopping in our town, and they're safe when, you know.
You're starting to hit them around the head.
Yes, sir.
So if we were to aggressively absorb these donut holes through annexation, you have a sense, would you have to add any additional personnel? We are already covering those areas.
You would, but you would just because not significantly, I don't think, but I think it's been talked about for the past few mayors and councils have discussed doing that, but there's no incentive for people to come into the town other than public safety, and they want to get that water and sewer, right? So I mean, that's your wheelhouse, you know, getting all that stuff, getting in those wheelhouses, but yeah, I mean, I speak, I think for both of us, it would make things a lot easier. We drive through entire neighborhoods that are not ours to get to another neighborhood, or you go into Iron Gate and nothing in Iron Gate is ours until you go back to Savannah Round. But then you go to Somerville Park, there's a place down on Latch Road, or Lincolnville Road, we're driving completely through there. And that's why we talked about that one piece of property becoming on the end of Yancey Street. The other end of it would that be a big deal going there? Well, not really, because we're already going through those areas to patrol where we are anyway. So yeah, I mean, I think speaking for us, both of our crime is not happening in residential areas. It's happening in your commercial areas. I mean, we do have our break-ins and our domestics and whatnot, but most of our crime is up in the box store areas.
And to speak on that, we do have a really good working relationship with Dorchester County Fire and Rescue. We fill those holes between both departments each and every day. So we cover for each other all the time. So you know, at the end of the day, we want what's best for the citizens. We want a faster response. So yeah, we definitely fill those holes for sure. I don't think on our end it would require any more personnel because of the way that our stations are aligned. But yeah, we work really well together, and I think we do a pretty good
So
job.
basically, we're already providing.
We're already providing the
services. Those
services.
areas without that bit of tax revenue.
That's correct.
100%. Yes, sir.
Well, a lot of people don't want to annex into the town because of the additional taxes, but they know that public safety people are first, second, third, and fourth responders, so they're gonna get some of those coming anyway. Because, you know, the big fire department, they're it's hard to get them to annex in, which is going.
I was gonna say, we can talk a lot about that with our strategic annexation discussion. It may be later this afternoon, it's on for tomorrow.
Hopefully it's not true.
Well done, Chief.
Really, the main thing I requested, this year is a new position, a zoning enforcement officer. We, have seen a significant increase in, zoning violations, in the last couple of years. I mean, just the beginning of this year, I think we've already had 15 to 20 that we've had to deal with. And currently we only have 2 code enforcement officers in that are, housed, under the building department, but, and they, you know, have to, they mainly focus on property maintenance, that type of stuff, but then we have to pull them in when there's a zoning violation because we don't have the ability to issue citations, we don't have the ability to really issue stop work orders, that type of thing, it has to be done by a code enforcement officer. And unfortunately, because of their time constraints and what they primarily focus on, they're not very well versed in the zoning ordinance in the UDO. And so we, as planning staff, end up having to really manage what, you know, what's the violation, how can it be mitigated, that type of thing, and it takes a lot of time and effort. On our part, a lot of that falls to as the zoning administrator. He ends up having to do a lot of zoning letters, cease and desist letters, those types of things. And on top of the existing duties that he has handling our design review board, our board of zoning appeals, and the commercial review for permits, it puts a lot on his shoulders. And you know, it is going to the wayside because the other things kind of have a timeline on them, whereas code enforcement cases kind of get pushed down in the priority list. Which means that a lot of them don't get handled in a timely manner. And then it makes it even more difficult to bring things into compliance. And then it seems like, I don't know if this is true, but it seems like we kind of hear from people, well, I'll just go ahead and do this because I've heard y'all don't really enforce things anyway. And so that's why, I think that's why we see more and more enforcement issues. So this position would be a zoning enforcement officer. And they would, Dorchester County has one, most other jurisdictions have one that is a specific enforcement officer for zoning. And so this is, something, I think, in addition, it would also help stormwater. Brian, I know gets pulled in a lot because what starts as a zoning violation also ends up being a stormwater violation, that type of thing. So I feel like this individual would also help deal with those issues as well. You know, in coordination with other departments, but kind of be a main point of contact, so you're not having to deal with 5 different people on a zoning enforcement case. So that's my main ask. It is included in the recommended budget. And then if you look at the kind of operating expenses, the slight increases to cell phones, to meetings, conferences, and training, to office supplies, and to computer hardware, software are all to cover that additional person. So that's really, everything else is pretty much staying the same. I made a lot of reductions last year to try and allow for the increase in salaries. And so I'm not trying to increase any of those other things back to where they would, although I have gone over budget on a few things this year for unexpected expenses, particularly with vehicle maintenance and stuff like that. But we also surplus a car. So we are currently operating on 2 cars with 5 people in our department. And then also we're going to add a 6th person. So I will probably eventually have to ask for another car, but I'd love to try and work with what I have right now.
I'll give you one.
Yeah, okay. Got one that worked. Probably the last one we got didn't work.
I got yours. You're taking care of it. Sorry.
So, but yeah, so that's really my main ask. And, I realize, you know, a person is a significant cost, to the town. but I think this person will also help recoup some costs, you know, in permit fees, and other issues that we have to deal with because of these violations.
And
And
would that,
potentially court fees, but we honestly try to keep it out of the court if we can. We really just want to get people in compliance.
would that person stay busy enough full-time, or could it be shared with building?
I mean, as of right now, like I said, we're, you know, when I say this year, I mean, since January to now, we've had a good 15. Yes, that person could easily stay busy. And that's, when I say 15, I mean, these are ones like we've had to address because people have come to us that's not finding the ones that we aren't addressing because we're not aware of them. We have software that we use for short-term rentals to identify ones that are out of compliance, that are operating without permitting, without paying business license, without paying accommodations. We have them identified, we've sent letters, we just don't have the staff to follow up on it. All we can do is deal with the ones that actually respond to the letters, but we don't have the staff to continue to follow up on the ones that haven't responded. So I mean, just in that alone, I think we could have it. There's plenty of municipalities that have a single person who does that.
The professional fees, it looks like it went up from $44 to 40,000. Is that a typo maybe?
No, that's not a typo. That's, so 44 was what we spent. We always keep, we usually, around 50,000-60,000 professional fees because things come up. Like, when we decided to relook at our impact fees a few years ago, that came from my professional fees budget. When we, stuff like that. So we generally try to keep that in there because there are planning things that come up that need, you know, I kind of serve as a suppository for other people who need, you know, consultants for things. Sometimes it comes from my budget, even if it may not be something that's actually fully related to just planning. And so that's why it actually decreased. So my budget last year for that was 50,000. This year it decreased to 40,000. Again, it doesn't always get used, but it's much easier to have it in there rather than trying to find it when it's needed. I know that I will have at least 5,000 out of that this year for a tree inventory grant that we're working on that has a 20% match, so.
Showing the current year budget 630,000, that's. It's actually more like 710, right?
Was that,
Your current year budget is not 630,000.
I know, I don't.
You're correct.
Yeah, because it's a 53% increase from 630,000 to what's being requested, so I don't know that that would be accurate.
So the math doesn't work. You're exactly right.
Yeah,
I didn't catch that.
That doesn't, I don't.
So for economic increase from 70 to 30.
So
The positions include.
Yeah,
The position I requested is included.
and a little bit of history in planning too is, Jesse absorbed, GIS, which was it engineering before?
No, the next one.
IT.
Yeah.
IT admin.
So, you know, so she added, just redistributed a person that shows up in her budget, software associated with that too. So that kind of, you know, accounts for some of the historical increase in her budget.
And
But
what made us why did we do that? What was the purpose? Just wondering. Why we,
Honestly, I had an office space and, so, and we kind of seem to kind of be the overarching place for GIS. It has historically been done in planning.
That's what I was.
That we initially hired the GIS person. The reason it got moved to IT was because we realized that person doesn't just do stuff for planning. Actually, most of what they do isn't necessarily for planning. But the way we were able to make it work, because that we had that the person who was filling that position left, and the way we were able to make it work to bring that another person in was to put it under my department. It just made sense at the time.
And I think
we
any
talk-
properties that come in.
Yeah, I mean, we-
Go through planning, so.
Yeah, that person also handles addressing, which has always been done through planning. So that's one reason why it's under my department as well. But, we talked about eventually, and again, this kind of goes with what, public safety talked about, and I'm sure Lenny will, with IT, and that we, eventually for a town our size, we will likely need more than one GIS person. And eventually that may become its own department. But.
Most like IT, GIS pretty such as every department.
Yeah, it touches pretty much every department, and I'm more than happy, I mean, Bryce helps, I think, every department, and that's what he's there for. I have no claim to him just for planning whatsoever, but it is, something that touches all facets of the town, and really, he's done a really good job of finding interns who are willing to take unpaid internships through College of Charleston because he has a connection there. So like last summer, he had an intern, he had an intern in the fall, we're gonna have another one this summer. Which helped him with some data collection stuff, so, but eventually that will also need to be increased in terms of personnel for GIS, it's, no one has only one GIS person.
Right, you guys update.
No, sir, I was actually saying, there should be somebody in dispatch that's GIS for communications, and there is reimbursable 911 funds we've investigated. We just wanted to make sure that we could possibly get this one position for police and fire, but yes, sir, that is, and they would work in tandem, but that's explicitly for Mercy Communications and fire trucks, police cars.
Yeah, because there is, requirements coming through with addressing for E911. Where, for Nina, that it's gonna have to meet certain requirements, in the near future. And so, yeah, that's something that will need to be looked at as well. And we're trying to figure out right now, we still use an MSAG, even though I don't think y'all really use the MSAG, and it's figuring out how to make that work, because we're still required to have one, and it really needs to be up to date, but right now it doesn't have Fire Station 6 in it, because I haven't been given what needs to go into Fire Station 6, for MSAG, so it's an interesting, because the way technology is moving with public safety, it's moving away from the MSAG because
Right.
people don't have landlines anymore.
Yeah.
But the hierarchy of 911 hasn't moved away from that, so it's really having to maintain something that's kind of obsolete, but really it still technically needs to be the same.
It's a changeover period. They're moving more towards the actual GPS locations of their mobile
Right.
phones, so. Yeah, we use Bryce all the time.
Yeah, he and Sean work very closely together. So, and I mean, like I said, he does a lot of, he works very closely with Lisa in engineering, he's helped on Orion out, I think he's done stuff with streets, some stuff for finance. He is, like I said, he's, we could certainly use another person there, but I wasn't even gonna attempt to try to ask two people, so.
Yes, okay. So got Amy up next. Do you need my book?
Well, no, I was just thinking, did that change, is that reflected on this? Yeah, we did, that's just say, okay, all right. The one I'm looking at doesn't have that, so I just want to make sure.
You want mine?
My budget should be fairly straightforward. Oh, we're in trouble. We'll have all the fun when we get capital. So, if looking at what was requested, that dollar amount that you see for salaries, that's because that was using that 10%, that was standard across the board initially calculated at. It did include one position, when we met at the chamber January, February timeframe, I identified 3 or 4 positions that I felt we really needed. And I prioritized one, it was a pesticide technician. It is not funded in this budget. I don't want to belabor it, but I do want to give you all a little bit of information about that position and why I had ultimately settled on that one. So the town does have one licensed applicator. He's under Parks and Recreation. You know, he fertilizes on our field. He's the only one, if there's anything in the town that can spray, he's the one that does it. So it's sidewalks, it's public safety buildings, it's parks, it's everything. And so it, you know, the town, it's a lot for one person. He can't possibly keep up with it. Really, he could work at just Gahagan alone. Gahagan would keep him busy. So I really feel that we could benefit from having a second position, which is why I asked for that. The recommended is, with that position removed and the 6% mentioned. Other than that, there's really not anything, you know, outlining or wild with this budget. It stayed relatively the same as far as my operations. You know, one line item may went up 2,000, another one came down a couple of thousand, just looking at actuals and kind of where we knew expenses were gonna fall this year. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer those, but again, it's actually what is being recommended is less than our 2023 actuals.
On the Brown Family Park maintenance, it went from 3,500 to what's recommended is 13,500 for the maintenance.
That's funding that was added to be able to stay in the amphitheater. And then that's a one-time.
If we looked at contracting out pesticide,
That's one of the things we talked about and when we met and reviewed the budget is what it would cost us to contract some of those things out. I didn't have chance between, you know, last week and this to be able to get those numbers together. So there's no money allocated to it. I will say, and I should have said this in our part-time, one of the things that I would love to add another full-time programmer. I didn't think that was probably gonna happen this year, and I felt like the pesticide tech was more valuable, but we did allocate money for like a seasonal programmer, so that would come in the summer and help lead our summer camps. That way it would free our existing programmer to continue programming, because basically what happens now is he cancels all his programming in the summer to be able to run summer camps. This would kind of bring him to keep his programming going. So we did include funds for that, and we included funds for part-time grants to come back out for some grant writing. So once we identify a grant, we'd be able to hire someone on a contract basis, and that was included in our part-time.
I guess my thought on contractor, we only have one guy. If we're not gonna add another guy who leaves, therein lies a problem. And they do need to be certified, and there is a certain amount of liability to spray and Roundup.
The gentleman that works for us now, he is eligible to retire. He has years of service in. I don't know that he's intending to retire. So, you know, looking towards the future, you know, we may want to pin him down on the date and try to strategically plan for that as well.
Is there someone you have on staff now that can get that license or whatever you need to be able to do that? I mean, is it a long process?
No, there's just some tests they would have to go take. I have tried to get interest from my existing staff to do that. And try to encourage them to take those initiatives because it would be a pathway for potential promotion. I don't have anyone on staff currently that is interested in pursuing that pathway. I did try that though.
I think staff with benefits is an expense. If we could price contracting that out to see what that would cost us, would be a good idea.
This is just the buildings you're talking about, the rest side?
No, it's all chemical. Yeah,
Everything.
yeah, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, any chemical that's applied in town, he's pretty much the one applied.
The other advantage is a company can send out 3 trucks
Right.
and
That's
And-
like the state.
yeah, I'd just like to say did the grant writer get funded?
in the part-time position next.
Because I think that person will make money, actually. And, for the capital projects, Amy knows the person that got the money from Beach Creek, or is in touch with. And, she takes a percentage of what she raises, which I'm fine with that. And, so we use the part-time for kind of the local grants and things like that, and then this other person possibly for big capital projects.
Mr. Jackson, I think we envision that as more of a contract person, so just like you described, it would be a per grant kind of basis, and hopefully that would also qualify as a direct expense of the grant, and maybe it will be funded by the grant. Whereas now it's very difficult to get a grant that actually pays for your staff time.
I think Mr. Jackson was talking about two separate things.
Okay.
One is grants, and I think we're all on the same page with that. He's talking about sponsorships.
Okay.
Both Goose Creek and Hanahan with their recent
Okay.
facility that they opened have had great success with using a sponsorship, an outside sponsorship coordinator. And so I think they're two separate things.
Okay. No, I agree.
And I think that's something everybody needs to do is interns, and we need to get the businesses in town paying for what we do in town.
We use the college interns all summer, every year.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
At Dilley Park, we're doing a nice addition there. You have a lot more hydraulics and pumps and, with your maintenance budget, you can go put on, like 12,000 is enough. What do you expand with that?
I'm hoping that it will break the first year. They're giving me a look. Yes, everything there should be under warranty, that first summer, so. I think moving forward, we may see, but we are not recirculating, so we've been constantly, that there are not a very complex system, we're not dealing with chemicals, so, as far as those expenses, we don't have something that you would expect that we, if we were doing it.
So they circulated.
It is not.
So water doesn't.
No, we have, an agreement with CPW, so they're gonna waive those fees.
Maybe it's just very few.
I appreciate that.
People just walk up and you live.
We're ready to move on. Mark, you're up.
Yes, ma'am. Not a whole lot's changed. We increased a few things, not significantly. The repairs and maintenance went up a little bit. We went up in street signs. We're taking over just realized recently that I'm taking over the, crosswalk repairs and, the blinking crosswalks. So that had to increase so we can keep up with the maintenance of those, the batteries inside and different things that are going on with those. Resurfacing, thermoplastic, crosswalks are going to be an increase. So we went up in the light item for those as well. Other than that, not much has changed.
Every single crosswalk we have is on a DOT road. Is there any opportunity for them to provide the material and you provide the labor?
That would be a very good question. I don't have an answer to. We can check into it and see. It hasn't been in the past when we've done road repair work, sidewalk work, anything like that. We've never gotten reimbursed. We're doing the work that they were supposed to be doing, but it had to be done, so we done it, I would imagine it's probably not gonna be any different with the
Or is, my understanding is it's just the time it takes for you to respond to these. Probably that's why, sorry, we're taking long because we can do it faster. Yeah.
Right.
So. This street sidewalks drainage. It was at 55,000, and we've decreased to 50,000, but yet we've got a lot more. Sidewalk and street. Issues that we need to address. And we're actually decreasing from what we spent in the past. Why is that? Because I think when you and I spoke, we talked about increasing that. Because we did spend 55,667. And that's going to increase, and so I thought that would go up to around 80,000, and we actually decreased that number.
Well, right now, I think we're somewhere around 40, a little over 42,000 that has been spent this year, and we're almost, to the end of the fiscal year, so we kept that the same as of right now. That may change in the future, maybe mid-year budget thing that we're gonna work with, but we just decided to keep it at that for the time being.
Okay.
I have a question. On our street signs, I saw that the amount is, what, $10,000 more? Is that just because they're becoming more expensive?
So street signs, we actually, some of that money will be used for crosswalks. The crosswalks, the signage, the lights and different things like that, as well as the normal everyday signs. I mean, it's not that they're increasing as far as what they cost. It's more of them are being needed to be replaced. They only last so many years to begin with, and then they start peeling, they start fading, different things happen. So that's something that's gonna have to, we already started. I mean, I think it was Carolina the other day, we had to go out and replace those signs. Because somebody went through and graffitied them and took care of that, and they were all brand new signs. That, I think it's trying to think if it was $30 or $60 a stop sign. I think it's $30 a stop sign, and it gets expensive really quick, and you can go through them fast. So if you were to say, well, don't we have something to clean these stop signs to graffiti off? So the graffiti remover that we have used in the past has been taking all of it off. All of the red and everything. You never feel that actually works. So yes, that's.
And with, actual, not like stop signs, but, names of street signs. What is the norm? I mean, I would think that a street sign would have some type of reflective on it.
So all of our street signs, the green ones that are the 9-inch blanks, 6-inch in the center for the actual lettering. They're extruded. They are engineer reflective. I don't know if they shine as good as they should, but they are reflective. The white lettering is not always reflective. But most of them are. We haven't changed everyone in town either. We also went from a 4-inch sign to, like I said, a 9-inch sign. And we're still, over the years, we steadily just replace them as they go bad.
I guess I'd like to see one of those 9-inch, because I go to other communities and I see that their signs are larger. You can see them from a distance. They reflect more at night. And I'd like to see that when we update our signs that we do get something larger that you can really see. I think that's one of the biggest complaints here in Somerville is not having a street sign that's real visible. And just something that maybe we could look into. Where do we have 9-inch signs right now that I can just look at?
We just put some up yesterday on Salisbury and Marion Avenue and Tupper and Salisbury. Those are brand new, actually.
What happened to the traffic lights line item?
Yeah, historically, that line item has been used just to pay for the electric or electricity for the lights. So it's just been renamed to electric utility.
So crosswalks, we are under street signs or street sidewalk drain line item?
As far as the thermoplastic or the actual lighting?
The both.
Okay, so the crosswalks, the thermoplastic would fall underneath the street sidewalks and drainage light item. The lighting, as far as the push
Signs,
lighting,
the lighting.
signing, all that kind of stuff would fall towards maintenance and repairs, because that would be more of a maintenance repair type thing. Basically replacing batteries. In a lot of cases, we've had to replace the batteries in some of those multiple times now. It's not a big deal, but the batteries are somewhat expensive. And there are times when we can actually just replace the solar panel, or we can replace certain parts of it, so, but I'd have to replace the whole pole. This year, obviously, we had two, that we have to replace, the 18-wheeler drove over one, and, so that one, a total pole was somewhere around, with everything on it, somewhere around $8,000. I mean, it doesn't, that's the first one we've had in, I would say, 5 to 8 years since we put these up, that's actually happened. So it's not a very common, situation, and may become a common situation, but it hasn't yet.
But to install new crosswalks, not the maintenance of them on town roads, not DOT, that would go under the item that's 50,000 budget.
Yeah, for that to happen, it would, first of all, it had to be, requested, y'all would have to vote on, it, then we have to come up with a place to get that money from. And then initially set up, is it gonna be, an installation, will it be done by a contractor, will it be done by us? There's things that we didn't add into or take into consideration the last time that this was done. Such as breakaway poles. So the one that got run over the other day was not a breakaway pole. Had it been a breakaway pole, will it have saved anything? I'm not sure, but it's something else that we need to consider the next time we do that as well.
We would get reimbursed through their insurance, right?
If we caught whoever done it.
That's the truth.
So is that, I know that, I talked with, Dan and, Ms. Rhonda about it a little bit. I didn't know if that was something that we were gonna try to cover on some type of insurance.
Yeah, going forward, we'll see about having those for insurance policy.
Right.
And that way you can hire a contractor. Look at me.
I haven't seen any white crosswalk lines in all of the town that don't need replaced. And I just don't see this line item covering all of those. I mean, they're all pretty faded and disappearing in the town. The other thing is there's signs you can install that will show a crosswalk that's coming up. So if the residents are wanting a crosswalk and we don't necessarily have enough for crosswalks everywhere, or it's a DOT road or something like that, we can install signs showing that a crosswalk is approaching or coming up to let motorists know that there's a crosswalk coming up. That would all be in the street signs as well, correct?
Yes, and as of right now, for 4-way, 3-way intersections, anywhere that we install a new intersection, we used a similar signage that we already have. We would have to, we can actually change the wordage on the sign if we needed to for a crosswalk coming. But we usually put those out a week or two, at least 2 weeks in advance, if we're doing a 3 or 4-way intersection, new intersection coming, to let people know that that's, and have the date. It has pretty much what we're doing on the sign, and leave it out for a couple weeks in advance. And if we could do that for crosswalks as well, if you need it.
I do think this prioritized list that the Bike and Ped Committee is working on is also looking at crosswalks. So that there will be an opportunity to prioritize those. And, you know, with some additional funding in our sidewalks capital fund. You know, obviously it's meant for construction of sidewalks, but it could also be used for crosswalks. If we needed to go over and above what we
I think identifying a list and then assigning a cost
right.
would be very important. And,
I've had some success too with the DOT on two stormwater projects in T Farm where they did provide materials. And then we provided the labor just because they're short as far as labor goes. So I think it's definitely worth at least asking to, they've been pretty, open to helping us out with the stormwater stuff. So I'm sure they may be the same way with street stuff, with the crosswalks and stuff like that too, on their right of way. Yeah, and I think 80% of our roads are DOT roads. Yes, sir, absolutely.
Yeah, they wanted to ask.
Will be too. A lot of effort too.
And for, crosswalk, street signs, thermoplastic, anything that is not on our, I would say not on our normal day-to-day, job, because we do the yard debris, we do the mold, we do pothole patch, we do concrete. We have a street sign shop, is a bare minimum shop, where we make up some street signs, different things, but we don't have crews to do this. We have a concrete crew that does street signs when they're not doing concrete, or it's raining that day. We have, an asphalt crew that if they can't get asphalt from the plant that day, then they can go do thermoplastic. Or we have a bulk crew that, 2 weeks out of the month, they do bulk. The rest of the time, I would have thought I could have used them for that. Well, bulk has turned into more of a full-time thing than a 2-week thing, okay? So I'm swapping 3 crews around, trying to get crosswalks, signage, and everything done as well, so. I mean, even as much as a dead animal, it's a dead animal, I got to pull a crew to go pick up a dead animal. It is what it is. So
you have to pull a full crew to get picked up a dead animal.
if if there are 4 of them are all riding in the truck, they pretty well going together.
Wow.
Okay, I think it's lunchtime. Would you guys like to, instead of taking a full hour, just take a half hour or 45 minutes and then come back? Sure. So maybe we can have a little bit shorter day. All right. Lunch, all right.
We're ready. All right, so Mr. Maintenance.
I got two open positions and having more time than people to fill them, so. One fellow left the other month.
We're done with this, just. This general maintenance.
Heavy duty judge. What like duty judge? And two different. Four different duty fixes, running records.
How much is the heavy tech get an hour?
Not sure what that one is, starting at.
I think it was.
They make more than council.
Yeah. Here, a new job for you. That's all right.
And we don't do so good even with the overtime.
Any other questions for him? Where did we post these jobs? Are they on the town website? Is that right? Okay. Yeah,
And I don't know where they, if they draw.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know I read it on my own the other day on Facebook, put it out there, a couple of years, I had two positions. Good benefits and. Good.
Chris can help you with that too.
It must be because of the pay and the type of work.
Well, the last guy that was just left, it was. He was basically working the same hours and. He was gonna make, I said. You know, can you at least try? He said, there ain't no way y'all can cut it wood.
Yeah, so it's got there how to manage it, good thing. These can.
The anything you want to, Indeed, Chris, you're the expert room.
Yes, so in addition to the town job site, they sweep to Indeed, to Career Builder and one other national job website.
Yeah, I know, got some name and company, begins with a B.
Blackboard.
No, it's a heavy equipment.
Blanchard?
Blanchard. My grandson works for them. He was just working in the yard, just got an internship. He's making 19 an hour. Plus the internship.
And see, we had, but we're planning, if I go to that, expect it to be a full blown tech. And then we're at a disadvantage because we've got such a variety of stuff to work on. Whereas like Blanchard, they're working on Caterpillar stuff. We're working on Cats, Komatsus, Fords, Internationals, Dodges. A little bit of everything. Volkswagens, Mazdas.
We get used to Volkswagen engines to start the other ones.
I see cars pull in on it. Where we get that? It's the PDs.
Is that another area that we could use, like summer interns from like the vocational sickness or even the high schools?
I haven't got with them yet about that. I was gonna see if we can check with career schools and see if. Maybe we could bring somebody and teach them our bad habits.
That sounds like.
There are a couple of the trade schools that I've reached out to, and posted things in the past that we need to get. Get that in place. I mean, the money's still a challenge, but. Candidates.
And if we can get somebody in there just so there's a set of hands and a little bit younger.
If somebody's just handing you holes and running for a nut, that makes.
I don't know if there's an age requirement, but it's over there.
there that you gotta be 18, 19 years old.
Cause I mean, we had the fire and police go into the high school before, like on career day, right?
Mhm.
Have they like went on career day?
It depends on the school, different schools do it at different times, but we've gone quite a few times already. And that's, they start now in elementary school on up, so, yeah.
The tech schools are the best ones for those, for his type of
Yeah.
work,
Right.
but schools almost over, so.
Definitely to into for the next school year, I think.
So everybody in elementary school wants to be a part.
So they get it over.
Unfortunately, none of them we can.
I get that.
I don't know what everybody's gonna do when we run out of mechanics, but
Well, the trouble now is AI and just a mechanic. They have to be a programmer and electronics. That's like when I left Bosch, we were all laughing because it's like, I couldn't apply for my own job. I wouldn't get it.
Right, but just now with the doors and all that set up. Where you used to go just wire stuff into a car. You can't do that anymore. You can't just get a 12-volt source. You might see a whole computer system.
Okay, do we want, building and grounds?
Yes, so I'll be taking that one. Not much of a change on the budget overall. The biggest change is in the repair and maintenance. We're planning on doing, as we mentioned earlier, a town-wide janitorial services, town-wide HVAC maintenance contracts. So I think right now, just about every department here uses someone different for their HVAC.
We haven't really had any problems with ACs, have
So we're hoping that's gonna streamline, save us money, and basically get some consistency across the board with all of our facilities. But they are all suffering the HVAC area. And we're already making some changes in the whole HVAC, I mean, the old town hall on our HVAC unit. And so hopefully we'll have that, that's been something good.
Lisa can testify, this didn't work when they were brand new.
Yeah.
It's a little weak.
We're trying to get everything related to our buildings in this particular department so that we don't have, you know, this building repair and Parks and Rec or police or something, so we can just kind of get them all together. We can get our arms around them. So Amy, your HVAC is in this as well. So see how long it goes.
Preventive maintenance into that too?
Yeah, that's what that is.
Okay,
Yes.
okay,
That and the other kind of keep it around.
okay, that'd be good.
Under what was that under the maintenance? The street lights, it looks like it's going up from $5.99 to $8.50.
I'm pretty sure we are over budget on that item, the street, I mean, the more street lights, the more electricity, but I think we're over budget on that item.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, we discussed that. I just got all the streetlight bills sent to me. There's a lot. So that's one of my goals in the next 12 or so months, to meet with Dominion, go over that, and also look at the possibility to start converting the ones that we do not have LED to LED. Try to get that number down. And I will tell you this, from my past life, that especially streetlight LEDs have a quick payback. It's one of the quickest paybacks you can get on that investment. So it's a big improvement for us if we can get that going. It's gonna be a major task, I will tell you that.
When you talk to them, ask them to replace some of the lights.
What's the percentage of our lights right now that are LED in the town?
I just got the list.
So Kevin, real quick,
went to boot camp with a guy who is over all the polls for Dominion, in this area of the state. And he has taken, they had overtime left over, so they took that overtime and came in and replaced all the purple lights that at the time were in town, based off of the numbers we gave them 2 years ago. There are some more that are starting the filaments are starting to go bad in them, and they're starting to pop up here and there. But we just shut down the triangle in front of Walgreens at Carolina and Bacon's Bridge, and shut down the road 3 Sundays ago for them to come in and replace those. So they are doing it, just so you put down, but a lot of them are in donut holes in the county. So we're, never do the ones in the town, at least we're, you'll get to the ones in the county, like he told me, so.
Yeah, and for another example, I think there was I think they had been at a police station, there were some pole lights that had gone out and
Yeah,
our maintenance guy was gonna go out and replace them.
Dominion actually did that. Dominion property,
Dominion.
like we bought the building, like everything went to crap. So, yeah, so like the HVAC and everything like that, but they actually did pull us solid and come in and fix that hole. So
Yeah, we contacted them and replaced them. That's really all I have on that. Everything else is pretty much same.
Now, bank fees, it looks like we're at 151, we're going up to 180. What are bank fees? What is?
So those are the merchant fees on all the credit card transactions that we take townwide. This has always been in this department, I don't know. Because I guess we take payments across all departments, so anyway, the merchant fees, that's the line item that we're going to either bid out, but we're getting some other quotes on ways we can reduce that, and I think we'll be able to our merchant provider on that.
So bank fees is not something that would go under administrative, we have that under building and grounds.
We can certainly change that, it was there when I got here, I hadn't changed the location of that.
And you said that merchant fees on credit cards? So that's like where they charge you 2%, 3%. So what about what everybody else is doing now and you make the consumer pay that?
We've thought about that too. One of the things we want to kind of be sensitive about too is that that'll drive a lot of people to walk in. And I don't necessarily mind that, except for we don't really have a big enough staff to handle a lot of increase in walk-in traffic. We can probably put a nominal fee on there, but I think until we can really get that down as low as we can, but I definitely think there's room for that as well. So we might can attack it from both sides this year. Having a small flat fee would be good too, but then we've got some business licenses that are $20. I don't want to put a $2 fee on a $20 item. So percent's probably the way to go. But then that would create some, maybe percent to a maximum of, but we're looking at all areas of that.
And I just ask that, we're careful about what we're asking residents to pay. I mean, we doubled our stormwater fees, 2022, we added the annual fee, we've got the highest franchise fee, our millage rate increases in the top 10%. I mean, South Carolina run the top in foreclosure rates. I think we need to be careful what we're asking residents to pay when we've already increased quite a bit.
Agreed, that's our business license rates changed, then that's certainly predominantly the area what we collect. And some areas increased, some areas decreased, but we kind of hadn't settled in to see what that kind of really looks like. It just changed last year. So we don't want to add fees to that even, but also we don't want to keep absorbing increase in collection costs. And so we need some work done in that area for sure.
Okay, stormwater.
So a lot of our stuff stayed pretty close to the same too. We did go up pretty significantly in stormwater control projects, which is our everyday operating line items where we purchase pipe and concrete and different materials for jobs. And that's just based on the seemingly nonstop rise in the cost of materials over the last couple of years. Did we take that contingency line item off too? So I think we had always operated with a contingency line, kind of off to the bottom of our budget. So we basically just took that item and put it back into the stormwater control projects. We've never had to use that money before. That would be if we exhausted every other dollar in the complete operating budget. So we really didn't add an increase to 25,000. We just shifted that contingency line item back up and into our normal everyday operating budget. So, the only other thing I would ask is, not to sound ungrateful, I like the 6% raise, but I don't think that's gonna be enough personally for our guys. We're starting out at, right now, at $15 an hour for entry level position, plus 6% is $15.90. It's still $2 less than the city of North Charleston. It's probably $4 and some change less than the city of Charleston. And I know they're bigger, they got bigger revenue streams, coming in. But if we want to be competitive, and I know that 6% is not set in stone either. So I just hope that, we can consider doing something more than that when it comes down time to crunch the numbers. So that's my 2 cents. Any questions?
Where's the stormwater road?
Yeah, I thought it was on this sheet. It was on our total expenses. I think it is right out. We had about 300 left over. That's what I was looking to see. I think it's about 2.7, 2.8.
Is it all in one of the?
Is not, but I will,
Separate.
it's a separate fund. And I didn't have it on this spreadsheet, but I'll get it so we can.
How much is the revenue?
How much is the revenue?
How much is the revenue?
About 2.7, 2 points.
At our audit, it was $2,556,849. Yeah. Our fund balance, we had $1,064,147.
Certain portion of 2.7 goes back at.
We had, last year, we did have some budgeted to go back to admin. This year we don't.
So all 2.7 goes way back. Stormwater.
The budget amount last year didn't.
Right, it didn't.
It wasn't necessary either. So
Yeah.
it never transferred last year either.
Yeah, we had it budgeted, but we never ended up using it.
So we're expecting, and forgive me, I feel entitled to ask stupid questions because I'm new.
I'm still asking stupid questions.
I'm still asking stupid questions.
There's no stupid questions.
Just stupid people asking questions. So the stormwater revenue is 2.7 million. Why are we only budgeting 2.3?
They, we use that to purchase their capital too. So their capital expenses are not included in their operational budget. But if we can keep them in their own fund and keep out of what we've had to find other funds for, is what we like to do.
So the difference goes to count.
Yes,
Instead of talking
or
about.
fund balance to purchase whatever necessary. That's exactly right.
Is that why there's this difference down at the bottom for small equipment? Where it says 2024 budget, 182.5. 23 actual is 5,000, but it's requested 20,000 for this year and 20,000 was recommended.
So we didn't put the pipeliners into capital expenditures last year that Southeast Pipe Survey did. So that was the line item that amount was budgeted to for the purchase and the installation of the pipeliners. So that's not an every year occurrence to do something like that. So it was kind of funky, I guess, but that's just a line item that money was allocated to be paid out to Southeast Pipe Survey for the CIPP liners. But yeah, our normal small equipment fee or fund would be that, that dollar amount that was budgeted this time.
Okay.
So like the 20,000, that's for purchasing small, not hand tools, but small motorized equipment.
So the bottom of the spreadsheet didn't get there, and I apologize. The fees that that we've estimated are a little over 2.7 million at a collection rate of 97% and a 5% fee we pay to the county. We would net about 2.6, giving us an excess of 266,000.
Okay. Did we purchase at mid-year the vacuum truck? Did we already purchase that?
Yes, ma'am. The year before last.
Okay.
Did something recently, did we do something?
Yeah, we purchased a new, I guess, medium-sized excavator, it's a 17-ton excavator.
That came out as one more budget.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Out of the fund balance.
okay, if I'm out.
Correct.
We love Ryan, but we like it when he can,
Yeah.
generate. and stay with it.
I mean, look like you can. Pretty well.
Uh-huh. Okay, any other questions before we go forward? So that's it for. Yes, department, so. Yeah. Once again.
Good news.
Well, I think there must be a drum roll or something. That's what everybody's been waiting on. This is our budget summary. And again, you have that chart in your books. On the left-hand side, it has a summary of total requested. And the right-hand side, it has what we recommended. The box in the bottom shows the revenue we projected, transfers in from hospitality and state accommodations, and a fund balance or appropriation of a little over 1.8, which equals the capital. This is the first time that you've seen the capital on basically on a list by department. I'll give you a couple minutes to digest that. And as you can see, this kind of breaks down and summarizes our personnel costs. Our personnel costs, is 75% of our budget. The people do the work of the town.
And the pay raise is not in this recommended comment, is it?
6% is, yes, sir.
Those capital items recommended, are those broken down somewhere else that we'll go over?
Yes, ma'am. I have a slide on that we'll get to in just a minute. And we can come back to this slide as well. Just kind of wanted to, this is the culmination of everybody's information and the hard cuts we had to make.
How much would it cost us if we went to 8%?
About $650,000 more.
In
More.
addition.
Yeah, more, yeah. I want to go to the next slide for a moment because we talked about the new positions. So this kind of summarizes town-wide what we have recommended. And most department heads talked about that as the pesticide technician. We talked about looking at a third party for those services. We included the seasonal programmer, and we recommended adding a contract grant writer and adding it to contract services as needed. So it wouldn't be an employee. The citizen concierge, which we had proposed to share between finance and building inspections, a zoning enforcement officer for planning, and the public safety IT technician. So, total of 244. We are 30% least, fringe benefit load, so that would add another 30% to that. As far as, is what is already included in the budget. This is already included there, but I just wanted you to see, on the slide what's there.
Now, Lisa, didn't you tell me earlier, did I misunderstand about the purchasing or procurement was already budgeted?
Well, we have somebody who's currently employed who is serving in that role. Who's our purchasing agent.
Well, we didn't, when you and I talked, we didn't have that role.
Well, I think we were talking about more of a management position. And that was what I mentioned, that we had a management position in the admin budget that we ended up having to pull. Just trying to get everything to balance, so. And we don't have that position.
Ms. Johnson Wilson, she, the lady we have now is, she assists with purchasing, and she's managing the procurement as far as the bidding, a lot of the purchasing, but not 100% of her job is purchasing. And that could take somebody's full-time job for sure.
What else does she do?
She does accounting, bank reconciliations, helps Dan and I. She processes business licenses, she processes, hospitality tax receipts.
I'll add, she's been doing a great job in purchasing side. She's actually just updated us with some new software where she started using. It's gonna be very beneficial for all departments. She's doing a great job.
Yeah. Don't take her to be a full-time person. So anyway, that slide, I want to show you one other slide. You know, as we talk about increases, this is as best I could locate between Chris and I and the history of what we have done at the town going back to 14. And, you know, it's tough, and it's not surprising that increases were that small because we see what we deal with every day, just trying to balance our budget today. So there were some longevity increases, which I don't really have the dollar amount. I know we talked about those in the past. That was kind of determined that wasn't really sustainable because it was layering on, and we couldn't keep up. And that was probably affecting the 2%, actually. And then last year, we did the 8%. I know all of our employees really appreciated that. And then this is a proposed 6%. And also wanted to mention, you know, when we're looking at employees, we're looking at benefits. Our cost of retirement is 4.6 million was for this last calendar year. So it's right at 20%. It's a little bit higher for police and fire, a little bit less for other civilian employees, but it's an average of 20. The state health, not the state health plan, the state retirement plan, as you know, over the years was underwater and had to increase this. So it's increased, you know, 1% a year for a long time. It has reached its max, so it's not increasing. But in the past, the state legislature had appropriated some money to help in that transition, but I don't know if we'll be getting that money or not. That's roughly 80,000 or so, but I don't know that we'll get that this year since we've reached our max. And our health insurance is $4.5 million is the town cost on that. We have 218 employees and 186 people that have other family type coverage, either spouse or children or full family. And we pay a portion of that. So the mix of our employees kind of affects what our real cost is as well. It was suggested at one time, which I think is a great idea, that we budget at like full family coverage for everybody. Well, I can tell you, we don't have a budget to even think about that. So we might be over there. We budgeted an increase of 5% for health insurance. I don't know if that, we won't find that out until October, but we have been having some conversations to find other alternatives to our health coverage, whether it's being self-insured. We have an area in town hall, we might convert to an in-house clinic. We're trying to be creative and trying to explore alternatives than doing the same old thing. This is not, we're not gonna win this game for sure, because we can't handle double-digit increases year after year after year. Then we'll have to end up, reducing our coverage for our employees, and we don't want to do that. So we're looking at creative ways, but we don't have an answer today.
I have a question, and it's going back to pay. You had mentioned that these new positions that you can't get anybody to work, they're like starting at $15 an hour. What does like our fire department, someone that's just graduated from the school that they went through, I know they get paid salary, but what is that equivalent to per hour?
I'd have to look. I think it's like 12 something, I believe is what it is, 12 something an hour.
What is the salary?
41,000, 365. But it's on a different time frame. So it's different than a normal person working a 40 hour work week.
112 hour 2-week pay period.
12%.
That's why it sounds like it.
I think that in my mind, $12, $13, $15 an hour, and they've already got, some experience. I mean, you can go be a dishwasher at a restaurant for 19 an hour.
Yeah.
And I just look at some of these low rates that we're giving for some of these people, and I think that we should have at least a minimum of like, I don't know, $17 an hour. Especially for your department. I mean, I know it's different with fire because of the time that they put in, or maybe the police force, I'm not sure, but it is something to think about.
What is the purchasing agent? That we have now, what purchasing are they managing? Which departments? Or because isn't each department right now responsible for their own purchasing?
Yes, in general. I mean, she helps really the departments, but then town hall with planning, engineering. She doesn't do much with police and fire, I don't believe. I mean, HR, she assists. And she'll, look for the best price. But a lot of our departments do that too. But the bidding process is.
RFQ and RFP process.
Yeah.
Anything that goes out.
Yeah, she
That
does.
software, she got tracks the whole process and updates all the state and federal agencies that follow that.
Mm-hmm. I had originally asked if we had an Excel spreadsheet or something with all of our subcontracts on it. What it's for, how much we pay, how long they are. We didn't have that. Is that something she's working on building or
We
gathering?
actually do have that. It was sent to you. It's not, when you say subcontract, what you had asked for was all of our open contracts, basically.
Right, but then when I replied to that and asked for if we had one with all of all of the subcontracts, everything that from landscaping services to.
That was on that spreadsheet.
Right now, we have a spreadsheet for that, and I think Carrie is gonna help. She kind of tries to keep up with that in GW's office, because all the contracts kind of need to be vetted by him anyhow. And this BidNet software that we have actually gives us a way to load those. And I think that's gonna be a game changer for us to keep up with all of that.
Yeah, I agree with Kim. I don't like the 6%. I think it should be more. But I think at the same time, y'all have already cut some things that I think are necessary. So.
Well, and I
Here we
will
are
say-
again.
Yeah, I know.
You can veto what my feelings, veto away, but
I will say that, the 6% is merit based. It's supposed to be merit based. So that doesn't mean, that someone might not get 9%. But of course, that also means someone else might get 3%. So it's just going to be, you know, a process that the department head is going to have to, you know, make some decisions for their department.
Yeah, I like it being merit based, but if you look at all these 2 and 3s, all those years, they were losing money.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and we're
They
trying
would
to
get
catch
more
up.
and more every
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
And,
We're paying for it now, for sure.
and that's, you know, you take streets or parks. Those guys are out there sweating their brains out. And climbing through muddy ditches for less than you get at Walmart or McDonald's.
Yeah, I do think streets and those departments should get more than, say, admin starting out. They're doing a lot.
I will say, one of my guys brought me his check stub because he had an issue, he had a question about it, and when I saw the amount, his take home amount, I was almost just stunned. It was like $900 something bi-weekly that he gets paid, and I told my husband, I said, how does he live on it?
Bi-weekly?
Yeah, but that's time, we can't count,
And,
that's not.
and so I'd already kind of, in my mind, was thinking that in my department, what I would do is based on kind of tier it to where the bottom portion, they may be eligible 8%, the top tiers are maybe a lower, because I agree, I don't think. When you're already making so little, the percentage doesn't do enough, so they need a higher percentage, because those entry level positions, at least in my department, are the ones that I see turnover. Where I have pretty good longevity, ability to hold my supervisors, but it's those entry level people that we rely on to do, I mean, so much, the bulk of the work, and I know for me personally, that's kind of what I was thinking for my department, for sure, is trying to make sure that they get the lion's share of it, you know.
Their retirement contribution is 9%. So that comes out of their pay too. And we did a little bit of that adjustment, I believe, in 2022.
Yeah, when we raised the minimum.
Yeah, we did a little bit of public works adjustment and some of that.
But I mean, just the turnover breeds inefficiency. And cost.
What'd you say it takes to get 8% on?
650,000,
How much
650.
to get to 8?
Sorry, I'm not on.
Yeah. 650.
But each department might.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I heard you right.
Okay. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of unknowns. Well, biggest unknown is reassessment and what it looks like and how it affects. You know, maybe this is something that we can consider additional in January. You know, I want to push all capital till January, even though I have a recommendation. Just so I don't like to spend a bunch of money without knowing what the outcome is going to be. And I think reassessment is you know, it's an unknown, a little bit of an unknown.
So even the capital that we have kind of planned for with this 1.8, make whatever it is, we're still gonna defer that till January as well.
I would like to,
Yeah.
that would be my recommendations. For cash flow too.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We, even historically, before we changed to the 6th to July, we always bought our capital in January anyway.
Yeah.
The rush to change that July.
And I'm not sure why we changed to
Me either.
June 30th. This
But anyway, here we are killing it.
Lisa, am I right? The last time it was a reassessment, we lost money or broke even?
It was pretty much even.
Okay.
having good data is important to understanding where we are. So.
Well, I think one of the things we need to do is establish a minimum wage. I think the person has to make a certain amount of money to make the job valuable to them. And so that we don't lose people going to jobs that's paying $2 more or $3 more per hour. I think another weakness in our system, I've said this before, since I've been on council. I think when we leave it up to the department heads to make merit pay raises to certain employees, and I'm not saying these people don't deserve it, but then when you do that, you're denying the people at the very bottom a chance to get raises. So I think we should establish the minimum wage first. We have exceptions of employees that want to, that you think qualify for the merit pay raises, then you have to work that out at the department. But at the same time, I'm also sad when you deny some people a raise and you give it to others and you don't give a actual written assessment of that person's performance so that they can have a chance to improve the following year. I think we're making a real big mistake. If we're gonna give merit pay, everybody needs to be given some criteria as to why they got a certain percentage additional or they didn't get it. But if they didn't get it, you need to explain to them why, you know, how they can improve themselves so they can get it the next time.
Absolutely.
I do think we need some kind of minimum wage to make employees more attractive to working for the town.
I agree. And the only part-time employees we have is in Parks and Rec, right? And how many part-time? Oh, you have?
I'm a transport officer.
Okay, and so they don't get any benefits, they just get.
No.
Okay, but I agree, I just think that we need some type of minimum wage. That's better than what $15 an hour.
Our part-time start at $13 an hour.
Okay, yeah.
And that's what we had for full-time, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah,
Yeah.
last year we did raise that to 15. And maybe that's a way around the difference between 6 and 8. We raised the minimum so that those people bump up a little bit and then give 6%, which they are still entitled to some part of.
Which is merit based.
Yeah,
I mean,
6%.
I'll tell you another approach that I've used is have a base COLA, cost of living, whether it's 2 or 3%, and then have
Yep.
your.
We used to do that
merit.
here.
Yeah, do your merit on top of that. That's the way to, Mr. Brown, get that COLA, everybody gets across the board for that increase.
Yeah, I think you've got to have a workable base.
Right.
And then if the department heads feel they've got exceptional people done exceptional job for them, they can do the not, but. It's so difficult. And then when you have some employees who are on the bottom and they know that they're not getting those kinds of raises. And they're looking for opportunities and flip down or whatever they've got to do. Maybe $3 more, maybe per hour. So I think we can do better than that.
And if we keep going at this rate, the citizens are gonna see it. I mean, in the end, you get what you pay for. And if you keep cutting,
I think they're already seeing it.
Yep.
the services aren't there.
I think we really gotta kind of talk about is we wanna go from, I think everybody on council feel like we need to do better than 6%. So how do we pay for it? This is a big, like we talk about that, we beat ourselves to death, but so $650,000 is our mark, right? I'm looking at a couple of different options. How much are we transferring in for HSACs?
3.7,
How much can we?
which is a little more than 50%.
Yeah.
But
650,000 would not raise the minimum and then give the 6%.
I
No,
think
it
we
just
need
gives
to look at-
8% instead of 6%, which is, I think, last year we were trying to get to 10% and 8%. And now we're 6 trying to get to 8, so we're kind of going the wrong way here, I don't know if y'all see that, so our problem is,
Well, what if we,
how we fill that gap, but.
what if we looked at what the minimum wage, what that cost us, in general as a town, and then see what's left out of what we have. And then see what that maybe looks like, because I think one of the reasons that we kind of wanted to identify this as entirely merit is we recognize that every single department is different. And so how you apply that pool of money to every department will be and probably should be different, because they're different kinds of people.
Well, speaking of the hospitality tax, we talked about this, I think, before. You can use the hospitality tax for what we want to use it for. If we want to use it to give low level employees a raise, we can do that. It might be more important.
Right. Yeah, there are definitely streams.
Yeah.
To do that as opposed to, having a weakness in our employment situation.
Well, I think we need to make sure we're also using the hospitality tax for the things residents want as well in the town.
And
I think we are utilizing the hospitality tax
for our general fund to the maximum that we absolutely.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, yeah,
What
If
about,
we're not dropping out.
right. Well, you have a point, but you have to remember the other 47%
Right.
is accounted for, we're unfortunately spending almost 100% of it already.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah.
There isn't any.
The non-surplus.
I killed my idea of paying Parks and Rec out of that and put theirs back in the general fund.
Yeah, we'd have to cut some things out of hospitality tax.
I know we had hit on the budget yet. so
Right.
Until we get to that point.
Yeah.
That was just one thought that I had.
Yeah.
For that, that 650 shortfall, that we're talking about. The other is, just, just being a little more aggressive with our projections.
Right,
Mhm.
Which is something that I know you don't want to do, and I don't blame you, so I wouldn't want to do it either, if I was sitting for your set.
and if we can, like I say, if we can split it in 2 pieces and address part of it later in the year, we'll have our audit back. We'll know where we sit. Maybe there's more of a surplus than what I'm identifying at this point for FY 24. I don't know.
It's kind of my gut, based on experience of watching these things happen over the years, that we'll be stronger than what we thought we were.
Yeah.
It's a good spot. I mean, that's a good problem to have. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's a good problem. We need to be conservative, of course. These are our taxpayer money we're talking about, but we also have people that serve our taxpayers, and need to make sure we have good people that serve our taxpayers.
You gotta be on 5 groceries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think right now we have great employees.
We 100%.
Even on the street, I run into street guys, park guys all the time. I don't have any complaints.
I was listening, sorry for my stepping away, but I was listening on the way back over here to this discussion. And I think you summarized it well, that it sounds like everyone wants to do more. So have we asked for staff to provide a solution that A, increases our minimum wage, B, provides a COLA option, and C, provides a merit option for us to examine at that 8% level? Have we asked that?
They'd have
I
to-
didn't hear it. but I was-
they'd have to-
Does that sound like something where we wanted to look at the budget ordinance and
Yes.
see? Is that-
Well, I think that the departments might be able to look at some of their capital purchase items and say, we don't necessarily need this year. It can wait a year or two if it's gonna mean getting us more pay where we need to be.
Well, I think the issue with that is the capital that we have or proposing to be funded is out of fund balance. So, and it's not.
It's not reoccurring.
Yeah,
Right.
so it's hard to commit fund balance to a
Yeah.
recurring extent.
Well, we could give the 6% now. Talk about raising minimum wage when we know what that costs. And then at the mid-year, figure out what more we can do for pay raises. One, that puts us halfway through the year, so it would only be half as much money this year. And that would ease us into next year.
I have a question for streets. We did buy the batwing mower and we're paying, I think, around 40 or something thousand a year for the landscape contract, for Maple Street and I think Bear Island Road now as well, maybe about 50,000. With that batwing mower, do you feel like that's something that we can handle those areas?
I feel like that's something we can definitely look at and very well possibly take care of that. We need to go out there and reassess it a little bit more, but yes, it should be wide enough to take care of it. The weed eating, the other parts of it would take a little extra, but it's definitely something we could look at and consider doing for sure with that.
Which areas, I'm sorry, which areas are you?
It was the North Maple Street, I-26 exit, that's, that area only is 40,000. And then I think I seen, where there was, toward the end of last year, it was voted on that we add, before I was here on council, it was voted that we added Fair Island Road, I believe.
Well, I can share some of that, and no offense to Park. But I know that we were at one point dependent on Mark and his crews who, you know, obviously are doing other things. To add that to their already heavy list of duties, so that when they did go out there to try to maintain those areas, it was a quick mow and go. And obviously, I don't think that was the look or
We
the
received
high
a lot of
standard.
feedback.
Yeah,
that-
yeah.
that we're not edged.
Mhm.
It didn't look good, you know, anyway, there's a lot of feedback related to the quality because that's kind of been, it's economic,
Gateway.
it's a gateway.
Yeah.
So we would probably have to have staff to get it to that level.
And we already
Or
just put
training.
striping on them
Additional training.
as an additional task. Also.
The hours, because we did maintain, in the interim, like Bear Island Road, the bulk of the time has been edging, weed eating, and then, of course, the chemical application. We don't have the staff members to go out there and spray all the sidewalks in town. I mean, we just don't have them, but the mowing is the easiest part because it's quick. But the edging and the weed eating and all that, it's very, would take a lot of time. We never at any point tried to do that with Maple Street. We were trying to keep up with it at Bear Island Road, and we were struggling.
And that's not even really any trees or any plantings or anything even over and above that, which is something I know that we would like to elevate ourselves to at some point, but just haven't gotten there.
I'm just saying, we are all thinking we need to come up with more money, so. Yeah, suggestions then would.
Yeah.
I like what Bob said, you know, if we make up our minds to do this and we delay it for 6 months. It gives the administration some time to work something out and bring something back to the council. Take a look at it. At least, you know, what I learned in school was planning work and working plan. This is a plan, and we've been kicking this down the road for some time. It's time for us to, you know, adopt the need to clear this up. And I think it would make us a better town. And, you know, I think the town is growing. Sure, we got better money coming in. They continue. We have to address this issue. I think it's better.
Well,
The county just gave 7%.
I hear you. And I think hearing what I believe is your desire, I think we can perhaps go back to the table and see what we can do. You know, I think a lot of it is gonna depend on, you know, what is the minimum? How many people do we have to get to that minimum? You know, we just have to do a little bit of digging in to find out, you know, how much more would that actually cost? So I think we could go back to the table and look into that and come back with an update. for
I
you.
think what I'd like, if you update it to 17, it's $2. That way we can divide it by 2, you know, you don't have to keep, that's an easy number to work it down.
So we can layer what, I mean, if you just take, right now, we can take the 6% pot, we can look at it. And we can layer the minimum wage first, see how much that takes of it. And then we can layer a COLA outside of that. And then we'll see where we are. I mean, it won't be.
And I think,
I'm sure we won't have enough, but we'll just see what's meaningful.
Well, and I will share too, that the reason we went with the 6% just merit this time is because, again, in the past, we've gone with, you know, a percentage of COLA, percentage of merit. And, you know, if you're at 6%, you do 3 COLA, 3 merit. Inevitably, everybody winds up with 6% anyway, you know, because it's almost, what is the 3% as a merit? It's not a significant enough amount. So that was why we looked at doing it merit-based, but because that also gives the department heads flexibility like I said, to look at their bottom tiered people and, you know, look at 8, 9, 10% for them. And then look at a lower percentage for the higher paid employees. So I do think we can go back to the table, and see what we can come up with.
I think it's no secret that our public works folks are, probably the ones, the lower end that need the most, assistance, and that we need to spend some time looking and seeing what that looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, $1, $2 an hour for them is a lot of money.
Sure is.
Dollars, $2,000 a year,
Is it?
2080.
All right, but the sidewalk projects that we have at 500,000, I just don't see that being anywhere near enough.
It's not.
This is something. So, did you cover that already?
Yeah.
Okay,
we're gonna
yeah.
talk about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna move
I
on.
Say that's next slide.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna move to capital. We had,
This is one.
we had $6 million worth of requests for capital, all of which I think are great things. But I certainly can't take $6 million out of fund balance. So we chose a few things. We can be vetoed very easily. It's not a problem. And so we looked at the replacing the truck for Parks and Rec that had 172,000 miles on it. We looked at the radio refresh, what Sean talked about, and something that I certainly think is needed. Police department asked for 20 vehicles. We put 10 in. And we put in $500,000 for sidewalk projects. You know, Lee Street comes to mind because we have had that on our list for a long time. And we're, you know, certainly would like to get that done. But I know there's other things that are a list that's being compiled as far as what the priorities are and that kind of stuff. So we allocated 500,000, and I know that's not near enough. This total comes to a little over $1.8 million. And I'm proposing that we use fund balance to do this with the hopes that we generate more than what I had projected in our budget, and we don't really have to come out of fund balance the whole 1.8 at the end of the season.
In those cuts, since we have the department heads here, does anybody see something that is mission critical that was cut?
I think our purpose system is pretty critical. We had talked about it. We talked about the option of a lease purchase. We're still looking into that, but I wasn't given a definitive no by our rep. But just a little bit more background on that. The main priority with purpose is it allows dispatch to take a call, get the type of call it is, and immediately tone the call out. It's an automated thing. It actually decreases our response time by several minutes. So this allows dispatch to remain on the line to get more information. That way, while we're en route to the call, they're giving us more information. So honestly, at the end of the day, it saves lives. It saves our citizens' lives. The other side of it is our Motorola does all of our communications inside the stations. These are basically made out of homemade systems that one guy was going around and doing. That gentleman is going to be retiring in June. So, and no one else from Motorola knows how to do this system. So if something goes wrong with the system, we don't know how to, they don't know how to fix it. So that's why this is important. This is my #1 top priority, obviously, other than the raises. But this, I mean, without communications, we can't do our job without communications. So that's pretty, that's a mission critical one for us.
looking at our.
Oh, just 650,000.
Just happens to be.
Yeah. We won't talk about the other things I requested.
So if I may, obviously, we asked for 20 vehicles, you know, everybody went out capital for the 1 year. We were able to get 5 vehicles through hospitality for Team 6 hospitality officers. I'm very appreciative of even the consideration of half of what we asked for. Vehicle prices have gone up tremendously after COVID, as well as all the upfit and all the different things that go into the cars and fire trucks and everything. You know, a few months ago, I came up with some numbers. This was a few months ago, so things have changed since then, but 38% of our fleet is ready, you know, by the standard industry standard to be deadlined. But we are continuing to use these vehicles. Obviously, we're doing what we can with what we have. We're almost virtually out of vehicles. If we get 1 or 2 or 3 to go down or get in a wreck or something like that. So we are grateful for the 10. And to give you some backstory here, last year it was approved for 20 Tahoes. The Chevrolet didn't have them built when we ordered them. So we ordered them last July or June, and they weren't built. And we were told they were not going to be built until the 3rd quarter of this year. Well, when they told us that, we had already had our name on 20 without any money. So we told them, go ahead and build the 20. We'll ask for the 20 in this year's budget, and we'll get those next year, or, you know, at the end of the year. So we went and bought Dodge Durangos, which was the only other thing they could get. Well, Dodge is not making Chargers next year, and they're not making Durangos anymore. So we've run into an issue with that. So the vehicles are waiting to get upfitted now. They're being upfit one by one. We're doing that in-house to save money to the taxpayers, but at some point we're probably gonna have to outsource it. So what I'm getting at is, and I told Rhonda and told Lisa this, so the vehicles have been built early. So they are done and they're in Columbia. So to give you some idea, the state last year got around 350, 400 Tahoes for the whole state on state contract. And we got 5. We had the last 5 in South Carolina. Well, Chevrolet only gave the state 150 this year, and we got our name on 18 of them. Now, certainly we're not going to be able to get that, but the problem we've run into, and Chevrolet has given us some grace over the last few weeks, is to wait for this meeting to see what you all would decide on, because if we don't get them a purchase order for whatever it is, however many of the 18 or 10 we're gonna ask for, they're gonna be given out to anybody who's waiting. They're all waiting on a waiting list. So we will not get those vehicles either. And then we're not gonna have the ability to get Dodges at all. It's gonna put us into a situation. So I'm just putting that out there so everybody kind of understands the backstory on the vehicles. But again, I'm just appreciative that you all are even considering, you know, that. But, you know, I think everybody's kind of in the same situation, different boat.
Yeah, and I have to say, going back to the past, police cars always get cut every year. And it wasn't so many years ago, the entire fleet almost, and we decided to quit kicking the can down the road. And then we quit kicking it at all. They need their police cars. And we're supposed to be doing 16 a year, and we haven't done it. I mean, that's part of the capital that I see. We need to plan for it. We just need to get the cars and say, this is how many we're gonna get, and do it. I mean, this is a big town now. We're not running Barney Fife anymore. And we need to support it.
I will say, most municipalities and counties have a policy, a plan in place for, large asset replacement. We do not have that policy. I think we need to establish a policy as to, we're going to replace assets over this amount, or equipment or vehicles. Once they've gotten to this many miles or at this percentage of repairs, at the cost, before we just arbitrarily say we're gonna replace vehicles every 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. If there's nothing wrong with them, we shouldn't be replacing them if they're just fine. I think we need to have a schedule in place as to what mileage or percentage of repair cost, to what they're actually costing us before we're just replacing expensive capital items like all of these items.
Well, actually, we did the opposite. We had a plan that was a standard for the country. We added a year, and then we didn't buy it at all.
I haven't
The
seen
year,
that
the
policy.
year we raised taxes, we didn't buy any police cars and people still complain. I mean, at some point, this is a city now.
But I do, to your point, Councilman, both of you, you're reinforcing each other's. Because when we, as council, get involved in the decision-making process of whether we're going to do cars or not cars, that's the tail wagging the dog.
Right.
We really need the policy in place so that our staff knows, we set the policy and then let them administer, and then they will only bring to us outliers for
Absolutely.
whatever reason. So
Mr.
I agree with you. We need a
Policy in the store right now, that you can probably throw us one of those.
So I have submitted a policy, but in defense of the staff, I've sent it to, they have been very busy with dealing with this. This has been a daunting task, but I heard you at the mid-year, ma'am, and I got a policy that is the national standard. And it can be used for everybody, but I will tell you, you might have replacing more cars than you're anticipating based off the standard that is the national standard for, and we are following, we just don't arbitrarily buy cars because we want them. This is everybody in the room. I know it looks like a car, we have 1 or 2 cars that look great and the motors are bad in them or the transmission is gone in them and they're worth nothing without the motor or the transmission. And because they're not making Dodge anymore, that we're gonna have some problems there. So I hear you, sir, and ma'am, and we do have something certainly that could be readdressed after we balance the budget and everything like that, and we can move forward and y'all can vote on that in a meeting, or if you look it over, make changes how you see fit.
But then, I mean, this isn't just about vehicles, like some of these like debris, Freightliners, these things, some of these things are $200,000 and $300,000 a piece. The different equipment, I don't know what they are, but surely there's a process that can be determined, like if we've spent this much money repairing it, okay, now it's time we replace it. Surely there's policies like that we could set.
We're also running into issues with obsolete parts on equipment that we have.
Yeah.
Mark's waiting on a loader right now, rear end tore on that. It's not that, how old is that loader?
3 years, I think it's 2 or 3 years.
And they can't find a part. Dana, the actual people that built and designed the rear end have got the rear end trying to refab it, and there's a part they can't even get. So, and it's 3 years old. I've run into the same issue with stuff with the PD from Dodge. Parts, cars 5, 6 years old, the part's not made anymore. I'm like, how do you not make a part for a car that's 6 years old? 10 years old? It doesn't make sense.
Well, is that then maybe a better brand we should be buying that's been around forever or something like that?
Well, unfortunately, all the good cars and stuff, they quit making them. Crown Vic, you couldn't kill Crown Vic. They quit making them. These are all unibody cars,
Okay.
so they don't withstand what they have to put them through. They need full frame vehicles, which I'm pretty sure that the Tahoes are all full frames.
It's called obsolescence.
Well, I was gonna say, I think we all recognize the fact that we need some kind of a written policy, and I think that's something we can certainly work toward. And Chief, I know that you have submitted something, and that's something we'll definitely take a look at. And I know, Mr. Jackson, that the policy that you're referring to has been really a practice. I don't know that we've really had it written anywhere, but it's been a practice we try to adhere to. That unfortunately, as you know, every year we get to budget time that, Yeah.
Well, I
you get
shake
that.
my head every time I see that green police car. There is at least one still out there.
Durangos?
No, the old green and yellow.
Oh, yes.
Cars.
What's your old car fleet, chief? That you're using, not that. not the city park.
2012,
2012, you still got 2012 assigned to officer?
2012, 2014. And I've got some with Baton Motors that are 2014 or 2018. It's cost too much to replace the transmission, so it's $6,000 of the work. We're deadlining them, and then we're gonna get Amy her Explorers and
2012.
Jesse some.
That's a year I started.
Can I just say, for mine and Bob and Aaron's, I've been on council, 14 years, and you guys are a little bit older than me. But in all the years during our budgets and during requests of, capital expenditures, I must say that all of our department heads have come forward only with requests when they absolutely need them, and our equipment is falling apart, or it's gone to maintenance so many times and they can't get a part for it anymore. We just have to get rid of it. And I wanted to just say thanks to all the department heads and the past department heads, because I think that they have dealt with what they've had for a long time before they come to us for a new vehicle. And I just, I thank you for using them as long as you have, and to send them over to another department, whether or not Amy's group gets air in her truck or not, I don't know.
I'll give you some context. The average years of my vehicles are set, the average is 7 years old. I've got 46 ready to be deadline right now, 46 of 174 vehicles.
And I know you guys do a good job with trying to run it to the ground.
I just want everybody to know so they understand, just because it looks nice doesn't mean it is.
I was gonna ask about buying one of our vehicles with Dan Corbett. He said, don't buy any of our vehicles.
Wow.
Usually when they come up for sale, they're pretty much wore out.
Do we have vehicles now that could be surplus?
I have 4 waiting to be stripped right now and nobody to strip them. I'm actually paying overtime for police officers to come in and take stuff out of it that have no idea what they're doing. Because I'm trying to get the surplus back into the general fund. So yeah, we're doing really well.
So capital discussion, pretty exciting. A takeaway though is if we don't have an answer on this lease purchase, that Purvis system sounds pretty important. I know you included the recommendation for 10 of the Tahoes to get us into maybe policy time, and if we get that policy in place, we'll look at mid-year what can be done at that point. But the purpose is a pretty big number.
Yeah, I agree. So
I know how
it's
it's-
interesting that that's kind of the same number that we're looking for.
They were coming to our house and say it was that was twice that.
Right. I do think it is critical for us to have a discussion and find out whether or not lease purchase is something we can do, or a 5-year payment or something. So I think that that's something we'll go back to the table. And
Is that
and
something
look
that would
at.
be incorporated in the new municipal headquarters, or is that for all stations?
This will be for all the stations. They'll upfit dispatch first and then the alerting system would go to all the stations.
But the bulk of the cost, is it associated with the municipal complex? I'm just wondering if we get the funding for the municipal complex, the other people's money that we hope to have, could this be a piece of that?
We can find out for sure.
We actually tried to do that when we built the new station Miles Road, but the cost of construction was so high that we had to cut it out of that building. We would put the hardware in that building when we built it. But the cost of construction ballooned so fast that we weren't able to include, we had to cut it out. So, that would have saved us probably $50,000 back at the time, but, that's what typically happens, try to make the capital building plan, you're expenses start getting higher and getting it back out somewhere in this. There's just something I'd like to throw out there as an idea, let's find out about the lease purchase plan and then maybe this is something we can buy an off cycle budget request that we hit fund balance with, you know, in July, you know, or August. Somewhere that time frame, you know, we not necessarily kick it all the way to January next year, but you know, we'll know when our numbers come back in with the end of the year, whether or not we have to tap into that $2 million that we had for budgeted this year. We'll know how much of that $2 million we're not going to use, so that's going to free up some funds, and then we'll have a little bit of excess there that we can use to fund this stuff and potentially more if we be. If that's a legal option.
I mean, I certainly think it is. I think that I've been taking some notes on some things that we need to go back to the table and take a look at and get some additional information on for sure.
Would the county dispatch be of any help?
They've actually installed it in the county.
Yeah, the county has purchased right now.
We're getting ready to align with them if we get this.
I was really hoping to see on here the APHIS fingerprinting system, because I believe we're 3 years backed up, or they're like 3 years backed up, I think, Chief, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you know, that's something that if we're able to prosecute more crimes because we can process fingerprints, that's something that we could recoup some of that cost. I mean, having to send off our fingerprinting and then wait years to get it back. I mean, that's.
Well, we certainly, we're exploring DOJ grants, JAG grants for that now. The only problem is you need to have two personnel funded to run that machine. What we did do was we planned for the space with the new complex to have a footprint for an APHIS machine, hoping that we can get it before then, but this building moves on like it's looking, and expediently, that might be something very tangible very soon.
How much is that system?
I'm not exactly sure, but it's not cheap.
$650,000.
Yeah. It's not that much. It doesn't save lives, it just helps lock people up, so.
Although that saves lives.
Yeah, well. People want to fund fire, they want to fund police.
Trying, Chief.
Yeah, I know, thank you, brother.
I think we have a lot of really worthy needs. We just have a limited supply of funding to be able to achieve all of it. Okay, can we go from general fund? Hospitality tax and impact fees. There are a lot of several items on this list. Most of them, or several of them, we recommended to come out of operations. There were the two items are the gas gator and the mower that we actually recommended as a capital item to be purchased with hospitality tax. The rest of them, either we're looking for energy grant for the lighting. I mean, I don't disagree with any of that, and I think that saves us money in the long run. But maybe we can get an energy grant to look at some of the lighting at Jody Park and some of that. A couple other things were Hutchinson Turf. I think certainly that's a council decision if that's something that, you know, somebody wants to look at in the future. I didn't put it on this list as a recommendation.
Let me ask a question, Ms. Rahman.
Certainly.
You say operations, but how are these incorporated into the budget?
They're in hospitality tax operations in their budget, which you haven't seen yet.
Okay.
So just like the department budgets, we put these items in the operations side of that.
Okay, thank you.
This is out of the, okay, for the hospitality tax money, okay.
Sir,
I'm sorry, yeah, I called up. I'm sorry.
okay.
No question.
Myself.
He's like, I was thinking out loud.
Anything else? Amy, anything you want to add? Amy, anything you want to add? Okay. An impact fee, the fire engine, we pushed this off from the FY24 budget. But I think it takes 3 years for a fire engine to come in. And I think it's certainly worthwhile in designating impact fees with general fund as a fallback at that time. We'll have to issue a purchase order, but it even gets started. So we need to have a funding source so we can get it started.
And we don't pay until it's delivered.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. But it would go as an encumbrance in whatever fund that we decided it would be in.
Okay.
And the other item is the skate park design fee. Certainly heard a lot of interest in this skate park and some of that, and felt like, because of our increased population and our increased, skateboard users, the impact fees will be a good source of revenue to, design that if council wishes.
Can impact fees pay for Purvis?
For what?
Purvis.
Oh,
Well, we won't have enough to do a fire truck and that,
I was,
but, I'm not sure, I thought about that too. But it's generally for, new development and things that are needed because we have new people coming in. Yes. It has to be on our CIP, yeah. Which we probably need to redo again.
Try it.
Any other comments on that?
So what happens, there seems to be a lot of things that were maybe approved in previous year budget, mid-year budget, last year's budget, impact fees or something, and they weren't purchased. Or they weren't purchased, using impact fees, and it was suggested, what is happening with those funds when items are not purchased? Is that rolling into the general fund? Is it staying in the fund that it's coming from? What's happening with that?
Well, I mean, if they're not purchased, I don't know what reason they're not
Well, for
purchased.
example, April 2019, April of 2019, we approved, the central funding for the Central Avenue sidewalk. But it never occurred. And then it's just kept going and kept going.
I think that was probably just for the design. I don't think it was for the construction.
Okay. And then some of the capital purchases from the departments. We've approved purchases from impact fees or from general fund, and it doesn't appear that we purchased them in previous years. So would those funds stay in impact fee fund?
I mean, if we don't spend any money out of that fund, that money stays there.
But will it get spent on other things though?
It could, if those purchase orders or requisitions are canceled for whatever reason. Generally, I mean, periodically, Dan will go through, purchase orders or whatever to see, are they still active or what's going on with them,
Not aware of many
I don't,
projects
I
or
don't know.
things that were budgeted that didn't get spent.
Well, I've got several written down. We could talk about it at break.
I'm happy to research those. See what they are. I'm gonna scoot on to the most popular topic, capital. We have talked about, I mentioned at the beginning, we talked about the last 2 budget cycles that I've been a part of finding a sustainable place to fund capital and to identify revenue sources. And, we're using all the revenue sources we have, but we can look at things like, maybe we take any kind of general fund surplus. We don't have other uses for it. Maybe we say 50% of that we put into the capital fund. Based on our 2023 audit, that would have, generated 689,000. It's not a lot, but maybe it's a start. It's kind of like, pardon? Ta-da! It's magic. So, I think if we can identify things like that, looking at an annual appropriation of general fund revenue, maybe it's $500,000 to start. We don't have it this year, but if we look towards things like that we can start building. It's kind of like saving for your vacation. It's hard to go on vacation and save for the big one at the same time. So that's kind of saving and then spending. It's kind of a slippery slope. But I think it's something that we have to get to, and we won't get there fast, but I think we have to try to find ways to get there. If we had a local option sales tax that, we could designate a portion of that. I was over in Berkeley County for a meeting and heard the lady say she had to do their journal entry because she had to transfer, I think it was 29% of her local option sales tax to the capital fund. And that's huge. That would be huge for us. But that's like wishing on something that's not, it's not here, so we can't do that. Maybe there's a portion of tax revenue that we designate. We certainly, you know, nobody wants to have additional millage, but there are things like capital millage, or we could designate something of what we have already. And of course, the surplus of, or sale of assets. Now, obviously, if there's a sale of assets that's included in the surplus, you know, that makes the math a little more complicated, but still can be done. Maybe it's 100% of the sold assets and then the surplus outside of that. So there's ways we can do the math to get there, but these are ideas. I'm sure you have ideas of your own. I'm happy to listen to them, but I don't know if we're in a spot where we can formulate a formal plan, but I think as we go through this year, we certainly need to think about these things and identify the pockets of money that we can use to establish this plan. Anybody have comments or?
I think that's fantastic. After 2 years, you know, I've only done this 2 years previously as well, but we always talk about having a capital/infrastructure fund that is designated for those uses and fed by some mechanism. And we need to start chipping away at that so that we don't have a Central Avenue sidewalk project get designed and put on the shelf because we don't have any money to do it. Or at Lee Street sidewalk was been on the shelf for years and years and years. So we need to all, as council members, think of how we want to structure that policy and get it done over the next 6 months.
Comes down to how much we're working with, you know, we gotta have a target, and it kind of goes back to the replacement plans and all that.
Right.
And at the same time, we're trying to build that fund. We've already kicked 24 cans down the road today. Well, next year it's gonna be 48. At some point, we have to execute these things because these are things we need. And not only that, when it goes down the road, it's gonna cost more next time. So we're not talking about $650 for purpose, we'll be talking about 8 or whatever. We just lose all the way around when we push things that we need back.
We just got a lot of things that have been pushed for a while, all trying to get executed at once. And you're feeling the pressure.
And, yeah, and we can't do that. And you know, the only reason that, I mean, we can't spend $2 million out of fund balance every year just to buy something unless it gets replenished. So the only reason that even works as a placeholder is that our budgeting process is, in my opinion, fairly conservative, and we expect to have a little bit of a surplus so that we don't have to come out of pocket. If we don't have a surplus, then we just spent $2 million of our fund balance. Gone. And that's not comfortable.
More sustainable.
Right. That's a quicker road to nowhere. So please keep that in mind. Also wanted to mention that, just brought some other funds because we try to fund capital anywhere we can outside of general fund if possible. And, you know, impact fees, sanitation fund, originally sanitation fund was set up so it could fund the equipment that Mark needs for streets. That hasn't materialized like we would have liked, and we certainly don't want to go up on the fee. But we'll see how that goes. Stormwater fund, fortunately, that has been pretty stable, and we've been able to fund most of Ryan's needs out of stormwater fund. So that's good. And the drug funds, you heard Chief Wright allude to, he uses those whenever he can. I believe there was a car purchase some years back.
Narcotics.
Yeah, so we try to look at all the other avenues before we come to general fund.
Did we buy the street sweeper for 321,293? But it's been approved, right?
Yes.
What was in mid-year? I'd like to add to that, if I understand from talking to Mark that I guess staff decided to push the pilot program back till next year. But that pilot program is estimated to cost us like 395,000, but if we paid the 395,000. From my conversations with Mark, we didn't need the sweeper for street sweeper for 322,000 or whatever it was. So if we're going to implement that program next year, then we would have just wasted 322,000 the year before this year, buying the street sweeper that he's saying we don't need if we introduce the pilot program. So I think that's something to think about.
So the street
Yeah.
sweeper and the pilot, maybe I misunderstood those two. I thought
It
very
is different, but
Yeah.
I thought my conversation with Mark was when we met that you wouldn't need that. Was that correct?
I said what I could do is I could hold off on purchasing that street sweeper until the following year. If we were to fund this pilot program this year.
Oh, so
Okay,
That's what I thought, yeah.
okay.
Because we have one street sweeper right now, and we really sort of
We-
wanted two.
We have two street sweepers right now. One is, I would say, 12 years old. We had a at least 12 years old. We had it refurbished one time to try to make do with it a little bit longer. We purchased another one. We used the old one for backup. In other words, it needs to be sold and gotten rid of. The newest one we have is old as well and is wearing out. It just come out of the shop the other day from having to get some things welded on it to fill in some holes, because it's wearing out. Initially, I wanted to start this pilot program or talk about starting this pilot program this year, and they were relatively the same price. To start the pilot program, I was willing to sacrifice a street sweeper and continue patching until we could get this started. But after talking with staff, we decided just to go ahead with the purchasing of the street sweeper and then work on getting this pilot program started over this year or looking at it. And the pilot program that I come up with was actually, it's a direction I think we could go, that we probably should go. If there is other input, a different way to do it, a better way to do it. I'm obviously all ears for that, a cheaper way to do it. I'm fine with that too. The pilot program that I was wanting to start was initially in the end going to save us money because it would eventually, we wouldn't need as much staff to do this, to go out and pick up, to get these neighborhoods up. We wouldn't need as many trucks, as many pieces of equipment on the street. It's using equipment to go out that is actually made to be on the streets to drive places and to drive 35, 40 mile an hour to get to somewhere instead of using a piece of equipment that runs 20 to 25 mile an hour. That's not meant to be on the street, which is what we've been using for years. But we need to look that direction in the future. And it's something that, you know, as neighborhoods come in, we can bring those neighborhoods into this as well. Further out we go, the further we have to drive, or else we have to start stationing equipment in different places, which means we need fuel trucks or something to go fuel these vehicles up. DEF, and on top of that, the equipment's not what it used to be. Everything's fly by wire, everything's electrical now, nothing's mechanical. Like Ronnie said, yeah, we have a rear end tower up in one, still haven't got it back. We had a transmission tear up and one that was what, 2 years old, a year or two old. Fortunately, it's under warranty as far as I know it is. And they're working on trying to get it fixed. Matter of fact, I think they brung it back and it's broke again after it went on the street for about 30 minutes. So equipment that we used to do things with, it's not doing it. We got to come up with something different sooner or later. So if we're not doing it this year, we need to look at that next year.
And on those
try to
same
come up with
lines,
something.
when you presented that program for us, and you had said that it would be nice to at least start it out like in one neighborhood that has an HOA, that maybe you could go talk to them and ask if they would like to try it out. Have you You haven't spoken to any neighborhoods
I
yet.
haven't, I actually did, after we talked that time. Did some research. We have some, contact numbers for HOAs now in certain areas, certain neighborhoods that we can reach out to and start talking. That whether you want me to reach out to these neighborhoods, if it's in your district, you want to reach out to these HOAs, how you want to proceed with that in the near future, that's something we need to talk about and
I
decide
think
what
that's
to do.
something definitely we can put on the agenda for next month, to just start that talk. Yeah, start that conversation about how we want to go about and do it.
Yeah, and
But
as
we don't have those funds allocated in the capital plan yet.
Right.
not yet, no.
Well,
I
you're
would say-
saying
I would say I
basically you
think-
would need less staff and less equipment, but that's gonna be next year. So then we would be surplusing equipment next year for that program next year.
No, I think what he's saying is the street sweeper is needed
Well,
either way.
yeah, I'm talking about, but still, he was just saying it's less staff and less equipment.
To do,
Meaning we wouldn't, as these new neighborhoods come on board, we wouldn't have to hire as much staff or have additional equipment.
He said by second year, he can surplus 3 vehicles and save $650,000 worth of salary. I have it quoted right here.
yeah, but and I feel very confident if the pilot program does work, we should be able to do something like that. If not, I'm going to request another 5 individuals and 2 more trucks and another loader, which is gonna cost us that number I think you just said.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying, Marcus, is you won't cost us, it's not that you'll save us money, it won't cost us additional money. Is that?
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's basically you can spend this much money to expand our routes and expand our, my department with this many people to get up the yard debris. Or we can go this route and save this much money by not doing this. And if this takes off and other neighborhoods take off on it, we won't need to hire extra people. You get what I'm saying? We can cut back on some things.
What fund are we using to purchase the street sweeper?
It was.
ARPA.
Yeah, it was ARPA. American Rescue Plan money,
COVID money.
yeah.
Um,
And I do think one of the conversations, when whoever talks to the homeowners associations is, I think we need to talk to them about cans or bags and council needs to decide, are we gonna fund those bags? Are we gonna, pay for those cans? So those are some more discussions that need to take place, yeah.
We didn't do anything with because we discussed solid waste collections last year, I believe, or it was discussed. And there was some topic in there about a means to include one for vehicle replacement in that discussion, or in that presentation, whatever, we didn't tackle that. Did they come back on that?
The purpose, I believe, when we increased that fee
Yeah.
a few years ago was to build up enough to be able to purchase some of that equipment. I do know that we've been looking at some of the numbers, and I'm not sure that we have enough of a surplus to be able to sustain all of his equipment. It's certainly going to help.
And when does our contract, up for renewal for trash pickup right now?
We just signed a new contract last
Did we
June.
just sign an extension?
No. It was,
But we can always change our rate,
oh, yeah, we
come
can,
the new, tax bill. Which we had just have to them by what, August or something? September.
yeah.
That was what I-
Okay.
You mentioned ARPA and I hadn't really thought about it, but we had $7 million $3 to catch up. And it doesn't feel like we got anything.
We
We're still
used,
so far behind. 7,
Yeah, that's.
and we sold 2 properties. I mean, we had a lot of money the last 2 years. And
We used 3.5 to 4 million in 3 different years' budgets to balance the budget.
From
years of non-balance.
The problem we have had, for those of us who've been on council a long period of time, we've just never had a consistent plan of action going forward. And like the mayor said, that's exactly what we need. Because, what we've been doing is we reward Paul and Adams got to wait another year. And Paul's got to wait, this one's got to wait. We need to have a plan that we operate the same way all the time. And I think it'll make our lives easier as we to accomplish a whole lot.
Agree, okay. So capital plan still needs to be worked on. We still need to look for sources. So in the middle of the night, when y'all have brainstorm of what we can use, please write it down. Don't call me. Next item, I just wanted to just give you a brief summary of what our debt service is and what funds it's paid out of. We have a GO bond and the 2 lease purchases we pay out of, general fund. I can say that maybe the 5-year lease, which has a couple more years left on it. But maybe when that expires, we take that 270 plus and we designate that to go to the capital fund. We're used to paying it, it's in the budget. Maybe that frees that money up. Maybe we do some of those kind of things. The 10-year lease has a fire truck on it. Not sure if there's anything else on it or not. Have a hospitality bond, and we have, I think the hospitality bond was used to pay for Hutchinson Square and some other things like that, maybe the rec center. And then we have the roads bond paid out of there. And then, of course, our TIF, which we're still in an interest-only period, that will go up. But I expect our tax dollars to go up, obviously, along with the development in that area. Any questions on that?
Ron, I'm sorry, what was the first one you said was about like 5 years? How much is left on that?
How much is left on it? Let's see.
Oh, there we go. That one is still got.
5 years is,
269.
we pay about, a little over 270,
Okay, that's our payments.
and we're right at $1 million on that.
Oh, we still owe $1 million on it.
And we bought equipment in that. When I first got here, I think like the next week after I got here, we had a lease purchase to sign for equipment. And I believe we had reduced millage or something. And then to buy capital, we used a lease purchase. And you haven't heard me use that word to fund capital because I don't think it's a really good idea. Because all you're doing is layering costs on each year of the budget.
I think we were doing it back then, necessity and the interest rates have gone down to
And-
the barrel.
Right, and frankly, that was great because this interest rate we couldn't get anywhere else
Right.
now. So, that turned out to be good as far as that goes. But I've heard some other finance directors, talk about that is just, everybody thinks that's the way to do it. And you just keep layering and layering and layering and
You don't have any general fund.
your debt covers you up.
Ms. Rhonda, how much longer do we have on the roads? That was 20-year and it was done in 2015.
One of them is like 2035. They did some kind of refunding thing at some point back, way before I got here.
Yeah.
Like 2032 or 2035. They're a couple years apart on the roads and the hospitality. So well beyond my years.
Is it 770 we pay every year? I'm sorry, we pay 1.1 every year for that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's our
And
future
you said
capital fund.
2035?
Yeah.
One of them is 2032, one of them is 2035. I don't have the
That pays for
amortization.
Nexton Parkway interchange and Bear Island theoretically,
Yeah.
but we still had to get more money.
What do we owe?
And that was the franchise fee.
What's our payoff on that?
And
Let's see.
Yeah, right, on the.
One of them is 11 million. That might be the roads one. And the other one is about 6 million.
What is our rates We have for your rates, I can't remember what 2015 was.
I don't know,
Yeah.
but I can check on those, but I think they're probably lower than what they are today.
Right. A little bit more than what it is. Yeah.
No, I imagine they're probably better,
Okay.
but I will check on that again.
Let that be a reminder to us that when a development happens and a road is required for it, that the developer builds the road. Yeah.
Yes.
Good reminder.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've got a few of the other funds. Can we go through those real quick before y'all take the break? Hospitality, this is the summary of where we expect to be for hospitality. At the bottom, I have the revenue, the payroll and operating expenses, and what was transferred, what we expect to be transferred out. We have a surplus of 142,000 is all we have. I look at that as a contingency or something else may happen. Our PIO officer, team 6, Amy's events person, is that right? Are funded out of this fund, just for your information. And of course, the bond payment, you'll see that at the bottom. Special events, it's anything tourism related.
That does just about all of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's not $650,000 in there.
Not even $250,000.
It's not. We'll see where we end up this year after audit for that. Impact fees, this is just a summary of where we were at last financial report. I am not that good at determining what developments will come in and what impact fees will come in. I certainly don't feel comfortable budgeting or telling you we expect X amount of dollars in impact fees. Again, I think it depends on what kind, when. But we've certainly been able to spend all the fire money to date, so we're going to build that back up again, pay for that fire truck. And the municipal, we're using those funds presently for some other things when we can, but also to fund the design for the public safety complex. Because that's obviously qualifies for impact fees.
This was got 1.6. Yeah. 1.6. We already losing as far as the age of it.
We shouldn't be, that's.
I think we're,
Yeah, we're trying to.
Yeah.
I think we're in good shape on that.
Okay.
The last one is the sanitation fund, as we were discussing earlier. The last bill that we had from Carolina Waste showed 18,923 stops that they made. The current fee is $176. We had the billings through the county, which we're very lucky that they will do that for us. They charge us a 5% fee. Their collection rate is certainly higher than if we had to do it ourselves, or probably what it was when you used CPW. I don't remember that. So it's
This is the
97.
one that just increased from 2%.
Yes, sir.
I know.
But their collection rate is, 97, 98%. So that's good. And then our Carolina Waste, they charge us $12.45 a month. And then our Charleston County Environmental, we pay about $9,000 a month. That's based on tonnage. I really don't have a better way to estimate that except for to look and see what the average bills have been. So again, unfortunately, the line item for capital for street department, it has a 0 on it presently. I do have it projecting a surplus about 233,000. We'll see. We're trying to get some things straight with the county on getting the fees assessed properly. So want to make sure that happens right. One of the challenges, which I guess we kind of got through the initial part, when we stop using CPW for collecting fees, and some of you that have been here longer probably than me remember this. When you got issued a CO, then your sanitation fee went on the CPW bill and they paid us. Now it's on the tax bill. So I could get a CO in February of 2024. It's not gonna be completed and go on the tax bill until 2025. So we will have paid 18, almost 2 years worth of fees before we get that taxpayers' dollars. Now, we've talked about trying to redo our system so that maybe they pay some portion of that fee when they get their CO, when they, something. So that we're not fronting the money before we get paid in arrears. That would take a good, that's probably a big project for our system, but anyway, we have talked about that.
No problem, money, we're just losing.
Well, we lose it, yeah.
We're not running.
That's right, because it doesn't come back to us in the end. Yeah.
So. Well, CPW is getting ready to raise their rates. I'm sure it's a terrible time to revert back. Would you recommend reverting back to their system?
I don't think they would, but I think maybe the problem is not everybody is on CPW system.
But we,
Right.
we were saying we could add it to prorate it and add it before they get their tickets. Yeah.
Okay,
Like
So-
we used to do with the school. impact fee. When we got a CO, we had to pay.
okay.
So those
There's a
things,
solution.
yes,
Yeah,
we recognize the problem.
okay,
We haven't
good,
put the solution in place yet.
okay.
That's bigger than me probably, but these ladies know how to do it. All right, that's all I have for my funds, but I just want to go back if you don't mind. So here's where we are. Obviously, we have some work to do, but this is kind of the summary, so look at that when you can. If you have any ideas, and we'll work through the 6% and see what else you come up with as far as that goes. Back to where we were. Cool. I don't know what's the next. Oh, okay. That's not. I'm out. Any other questions, comments, confusion? I'd like to again thank everybody, and no one has thanked Beth. She makes an ordinary spreadsheet look beautiful, and she puts all this together. Beth. I can promise you, we will not be able to do this without her. So, and Lenny, you make all the magic happen.
Does anybody need a break?
Yes.
All right, let's take 10 minutes.
Yes.
All right, we're getting maybe better or maybe worse. We're only 3 minutes behind when we said we were gonna be all back, but it looks like everybody actually is here, which is good. The last item on the agenda is a request we've had in front of us, I guess, years now. And it's for the DCCO homeless shelter. This was in our ARPA funding plan, and we decided we would just take it out of that and discuss it here. I know we discussed it also last week. Guess I need to roll with kind of the intro, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have some history here.
If you want to provide some of the history, and then I'll comment on some thoughts.
Okay, so, the original request we received was actually from Dorchester County. When we initially received our ARPA funds, and they asked that the town consider, funding the homeless shelter $500,000 out of our ARPA money. At that time, council, we provided council with a list of options. At that point in time, council decided not to fund the shelter at that time. We then got another request, this time from DCCO, earlier this year to, consider funding $250,000 for this project. And I believe council members, you all received an email from them, and I believe, is it in their packet, Beth?
It's in the back in miscellaneous.
Okay, okay. So, and then, you know, you all talked about it again at the joint meeting. And at that joint meeting, wanted to move it on to have the discussion here today.
Excellent history. When I think about what DCCO does, first of all, we do have an unhoused population issue. Chief, your Team 6 has done basically a inventory of folks, and it's over 100, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir. More every day.
And more every day. This problem is a regional problem. We've talked about it with all the major mayors. Mayor Cogswell and Mayor Burgess are working on presenting basically options from a regional standpoint to help with homelessness. That is for people who are going to be chronically homeless and not have a desire truly to get help in a large part. DCCO's model is very different, and they basically provide a pathway for folks who are unhoused but want to get help and want to be a contributor in society. Give them a pathway to do that with a very strict set of rules. That helps a cross section of community members get back to being a productive citizen, and I think provides a huge value for us. When it comes down to how we fund it, after seeing all the things, I don't know. I believe we get great value from DCCO serving this cross section of our community. I think the county is looking at us. They have about $1.2 million that they have committed. If we contribute, I think this, the reality of DCCO being able to help this cross section of that homeless population is diminished greatly if we in the county don't participate. I think in the future, we've already strengthened some of our ordinances related to our unhoused population in order to provide for the safety of all of our citizens, including them. But we're going to have to take action in certain points in time to move them to whatever this regional solution is, because we can't just have unhoused folks camping on city property. That's not right. It's not healthy for them. It's not healthy for us. So with these solutions, I think it's important that we are contributing in some form or fashion in a compassionate way. So I believe it bears great merit that we do contribute, because we're faced with a huge challenge. And this is not going to be the only contribution, but this could be the only contribution needed to this group. We're going to have to invest in the future, I think, from a regional standpoint. So I lay all that out just for y'all's thoughts. This is essentially $1.45 million at risk for a shelter that's doing extremely good work in our community that we just need to think about. And to your point, Bob, or Councilman Jackson, we did have $7 million of one-time money, and a lot of it was used just to survive. And we're in a difficult spot from decisions of the past potentially, but I think we need to look forward at opportunities. And this seems like a small amount, but it's a huge amount after what we just talked about today. So anyway, I turn it over to council members or department heads or anybody to see if we can squeeze this in.
No, I think it, go ahead.
I'm sorry, isn't this on the recommended? Isn't this is not on the recommended list?
It was on the list when we had the ARPA funding, and we basically did not fund it at that time.
Right, right.
It wasn't Arbor though, that wasn't.
It was, yeah, and because initially the ARPA money was very restricted,
Going way back.
going way back.
Okay,
The first tranche that we received from them, the money was very restricted. Mostly for these kinds of social type projects, so it seemed to fit. I don't know, maybe 6 months into it, the federal government changed the rules and said, okay, you have basically an allocation of up to a certain amount. And I can't remember, I think it was 14 million, which we didn't get that, but anything under that, you could use it basically for any general government services. So that sort of changed the dynamics there, and, you know, there were so many other needs that the town was looking at that point in time.
I think, you know, our code enforcement works with Officer Key and E6 on this situation. And we do encounter and speak with a lot of the homeless, population also. This isn't gonna rid that problem. There are people that choose that lifestyle and don't want to change. But there are some that actually fall through the cracks and don't even qualify to go into some of these homes, particularly the women's shelters, because they don't have the same facilities that the men do. They have to either be battered or, you know, have small children or whatever. So there are women out there that get into a shelter anywhere. So this is definitely gonna be needed. I know the phase 1 of their plan is, I think, for the men's shelter, and phase 2, hopefully, the will follow shortly after. But there are women that are trying and can't get the help.
Yeah. Do they have a facility now?
They do.
So they have 2 facilities. They have Homo, which is the men's shelter, but that property they leased from a church who is not renewing their lease. And so that's why the men's shelter will be the first phase, because they have a limited time frame to try and get a new location. They also have Post House, which is the women's shelter, which is at 700 Central, but it is a small facility. It only holds 8 women.
It's very small.
And so the new shelter that they're planned, and then they have the RV approval, and they move forward as soon as they have the money. Is I believe would house 16 women, and 16 men. I think I don't think they're increasing the number of men per se that they can house, but they just have to replace the facility they have, because they're not going to be able to lease that property. So there is a time frame that goes along with what they're doing, particularly from the shelter. And also to be able to increase the capacity for the women's shelter, because people, and just a heads up, I was also serving on a committee that Senator Bennett started to look at a unhoused family shelter, because most of these shelters do not serve families. So that's a committee that I'll be serving on, because that's another regional issue as well. But we're looking specifically for Dorchester County, the potential to figure out a way to do a family shelter as well. Particularly Dorchester District 2 sees a lot of truancy and that type of thing for families for the kids, families who are experiencing homelessness.
So let's see if I understand you correctly, Mr. Mayor. So if we don't give the 250K to the DCCO, then the county will withhold $1 million plus.
At this point in time, that's what Jason Ward communicated to us at the joint meeting, because I believe they don't believe it may be a viable project after that point. And
So but then they expect us the $1 million plus, they expect us to use that money or spend it on the shelter.
Yes.
our contribution of 250, yes, sir.
Not ours, I'm talking the money they're gonna give us.
1.2.
They're gonna tell us how to spend that money.
They would give it
spend
to
on
them.
shelter.
Yeah.
No, they contributed to the shelters construction.
Right, okay, that's my point.
Right, so the money that they're asking from us will help pay off the property. And then the 1.2 would be for the construction, yeah.
Properties. They want to use the property as a
Yeah.
allowed or something.
Right, and
Property, other than to-
Yeah,
But they can't do that, but we got one.
right, and I think that certainly if this is something council chooses to do, that we need to have some protections in there also, that if the building never gets constructed, that, you know, if the property sells at some point, that we get our money back.
Yes.
So the site they identified is on Mount
So the property then, the county will have ownership of the property.
No,
Or we have ownership of the property.
no.
We can put a lien on, we can
Mhm.
arrange to have a lien on the property, so if it wasn't used for the purpose that it's intended to, that's something we
That
would
makes
cover.
sense. Well, the shelters is something, and of course, going down the road, the town roads and everything like that, will be doing covering it. And we'll be serving our police department, our, you know, all our resources will be serving that facility. Is the county still gonna stick with us 2 years from now, 3 years from now, perhaps that long? Or it's gonna be up to us once they give us that initial money?
That's a valid question, and I don't know that, well, I believe that the DCCO believes that they can continue to raise enough money to continue to operate the facility once they buy the property and once they build it.
Well, I mean, that would be great. I mean, that's.
Yeah, this is our one-time
Yeah, I mean,
contribution to
Yeah.
help them transition,
Yeah,
get
get
started.
started. The DCCO, this is their thing, this is what they do, right? Okay, yeah, so we made the 250K, reject. And then they build the facility, DCC runs the facility. We serve the facility, our police department, our fire department, all the resources that we have, but they don't expect us to be taking out money every time.
They have not requested it as of now.
They don't have to, I mean, initially, I mean, it sounds like a pretty good deal, we can find 250,000.
They survive totally on donations, their operations.
And we have them in our action plan for the CBD, Community Development CDBG.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Block grant. So, and this year in that plan, it is 17,500 for Hope's House for operations and 17,500 for Home of Hope is what we have in that initial plan, which is under public review right now.
Now, this property on Miles Jameson is not in the town limits, is that
It
correct?
is.
It is in the town limits, okay.
Look like you want to say something.
No.
Speak up.
I don't like the location. Number one, how do people who don't have cars gonna get there? It's an expensive too, there's nothing but residential. No, I don't think it's like.
It was already zoned for the allowance. They purchased the property, I believe, with the anticipation of our contribution and the county's contribution early on. It is on the transportation and sales tax, you know, Miles Jameson Wyden, which will go through that corridor and provide complete streets whenever that project is done. I'm sure it will lag behind the initial start of the shell, but
And that's
they are in residential communities now. pretty much, and, they don't have any real issue. You know, the way they operate it is very different than like, it's not like a shelter. It's basically a place where they work, follow rules, and, you know, they have to, it's very different.
These aren't transient people that stay there, it's people that stay there, I mean, they're residents in the house.
I think they help them. They,
Yeah, they stay there about 6 months or so, they get counseling on. Financial issues,
Yeah.
to help find a job, that type of thing, and then once
And
they have a
job
steady
testing.
job and are able to save money to pay for an apartment, that type of thing, then they can go on. It's not a shelter where just people come at night to stay.
Yeah.
And nobody vouches, you know.
And they
if
have to be
background checks, all
sober,
that stuff.
they're drug tested, they have to work at a job, they have to go through financial counseling. It's a good program.
Yeah, it's like behind the Aldi's, there was a little city back there for a while. And I told Franz about it, he owned the land. And he went back and there was one tent, the people were dressed nicely, clean, had a small child. And he asked them what they're doing, and he said, why work? But I can't afford an apartment or anything, so we're just living back here trying to save up some money. So we can go, and Franz said, if you clean up the litter, you can stay. And I'll tell you what, they stayed clean. So there are those people that just ran into whatever, for whatever. And then I just got back from Texas, Dallas. You cannot walk down the street without stepping over bodies. There was
Not
one,
allowed that now.
there was one, I was gonna check his pulse, and I'm like, what am I gonna do?
And I think if we're gonna have to tackle that challenge one way or another. And, this helps, I believe, provide a pathway for those who want it and puts us in a defendable position, showing that, hey, if you want help, we're here contributing to that, but if you don't, you're not welcome.
The county has sure been generous to us.
Yeah, I think, you know, we have a symbiotic relationship with the county. You know, we talk about the man, being a fight for us. I think we cannot afford to each other. I think, if you look at, you know, 250K versus $1 million plus. And if we might need the county down to go for something else, so I think it would be wise for us to find a $250,000.
And I think we can, I think we were pretty, these numbers. We were pretty conservative in those, which is good. And also we should be getting gas tax in the future. I think that'll help with these conservative numbers. So I feel like we've got, you know, a little bit, not a lot, but just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we fund the DCCO, $250,000. Out of where are we coming from?
Fund balance, yeah, general fund
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second.
That motion in the second. Any other discussion?
This is motion, Richard.
That we fund the $250,000 out of general fund, but with
stipulations.
with stipulations, what we discussed earlier.
Any other comments?
I concur, I think he's on the right track.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, have it.
So we just have
That-
to find 250, 650, and 650.
I don't know if you saw that.
Right here.
Or you taking the note on the opposition for
Yes.
the records? Okay,
And then I'll add, I
understood.
believe in the past, council, prior to my time, council approved education reimbursement for staff and an additional 2% pay rate. It was a 10% pay raise. We only funded 8%. Is that right?
I'm
It-
sorry,
in
talking about last year?
No, when we approved the pay raise, the 8%, it was originally, council originally voted on 10% pay raise, right? No, it was, okay.
But they did approve education reimbursement, but it was not implemented.
So, because of the pay raise discussion, it could be what we talked about and what we asked for. It goes into the budget ordinance that we'll have a first reading. And then adjustments are made through the process, and you have the second reading of that, and that's how it morphs until what we finally vote on, which all of our input's gonna go in, all of the adjustments. And so on the final reading, it could be drastically different than what we discussed and wanted and said here in certain spaces. So
When they were in here last year, they
that
said,
was part of the process.
we want to do the 10%. Rhonda said, we don't have the money to do 10%. So the council was in agreement to do that. They just didn't have the money. And then tuition reimbursement was voted on in policy years ago, but it was never funded. So it was voted to take it back out of policy. That was years ago, though.
All right, I see a sign up here. I just want to, she's signaling we're ahead of schedule. She's like sending subliminal messages to work towards adjournment. I just want to thank everybody for your participation, of course, your preparation, but also your willingness to speak up on behalf of your departments and really what you do for our citizens. We have important work to do in every space, and I just thank you for being so flexible in how we work over the next 2 months to get to a budget. And Ms. Lisa, do you have anything?
No, I mean, you all had an opportunity to, Rhonda and Mayor, to thank all of the department heads, and I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet. So I do want to let you all know how much I really appreciate everyone's willingness to, maybe let go of some things for the greater good. Every one of these folks are very, very passionate about their departments, and they want to run them effectively and efficiently, and but they are still willing to understand that, we have a whole town that we have to work with, and everybody has been very cooperative and willing to pitch in. So I really appreciate that.
Outstanding.
And I might add, maybe a solution for the future would be putting together a plan and annexation strategy that a staff member works on, so we can maybe help close some donut holes or what we're going to annex to bring in additional income. And
Have that on the topic tomorrow.
okay.
Mayor, I'm going to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Miss Beth. Excellent job as well. Always.